Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. Katie, please call the roll.
Present.
Dr. Mehta,
Present.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Present.
Mr. Terry,
Present.
Vice President Hernandez,
Present.
President Guzman.
Present. Thank you, Katie. Quorum is present. We're moving on to agenda number 1, President's opening remarks. I want to ask everyone to please turn your cell phones to silent. This is an official business meeting of the Respiratory Care Board. You may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or their devices during the meeting. They're using the devices solely to access the board meeting materials that are in electronic format. Public comment will be allowed on each agenda item, as each item is taken up by the board during the meeting. Under the Open Meetings Act, the board may not take any action on items raised by public comment that are not on the agenda, other than to decide whether to schedule that item for a future meeting. If you would like to provide comment, it would be appreciated, though not required, if you will provide your name and the organization you represent, if applicable, before you speak. To allow the board sufficient time to conduct its scheduled business, public comment may be limited. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on an agenda item and you wish to speak on that item, please let the moderator know and you will be recognized. If you are an RCP and you would like to earn CE credit for your in-person attendance at our meeting today, please be sure that you have signed in and also sign out before leaving. If you have any questions, one of our staff members can help you. For those attending virtually via WebEx, please ensure you provided your first and last name as it appears on your license when logging in. Your arrival and departure times will be verified by the WebEx attendance report following the meeting. Verification of CE hours awarded will be emailed to all attendees within 30 days. Before I move on to agenda item number 2, I just want to wish all RCPs a happy National Respiratory Care Week. Moving on to agenda item 2, these are the June 6, 2025 meeting minutes approval. Agenda item 2 includes an attachment on the board's June 6, 2025 meeting minutes. Members, do you have any additions or corrections? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the June 6, 2025 meeting minutes as submitted?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Would anyone like to make a public comment on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none. Katie, will you please perform the roll call vote?
Mr. Magpapian,
Aye.
Dr. Mehta,
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Aye.
Mr. Terry,
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez,
Aye.
President Guzman.
Aye.
May I just interrupt for a moment? This is legal counsel Reza Peshesh. Just procedurally on the votes, I know we've got some folks on the WebEx. It appeared nobody in person here at our location wanted to make a comment. Do we have a process for checking the WebEx?
Do you know, moderator, if we have a process to check?
Thank you. This is the moderator. So typically we check for public comment in the room first, and then we check to see if there's anyone online that would like to comment. Currently, we have 371 attendees. So let me go ahead and just ask if any of them would like to comment on the approval of the meeting minutes. I'll go ahead and display some directions, but if you want to comment on the meeting minutes approval, simply raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, press *3. We'll give you just a moment.
And while we wait, I'll just remind everybody that there will be an opportunity for public comment on each agenda item. So this particular one is the approval of the previous meeting minutes.
All right, I do see a raised hand from call-in number 2134 ending in 56. Just a reminder, this public comment is limited only to the approval of the meeting minutes. You'll have 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning. So call-in user 2134, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself. All right, it looks like they lowered their hand. I think perhaps they misunderstood what they were commenting about. So, Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you, Katie, for the roll call vote. Now we'll turn it over for agenda number 3, Executive Officer's Report, turning it over to Christine for that report.
Thank you. The first item for my report has to do with the 4-day return to office that I discussed or provided you an update on during the June meeting. So I wanted to make you aware that the 4-day return to office mandate as part of contract agreements, that requirement has been delayed currently until July 1 of 2026. So as it stands, staff continue to work in the office 2 to 3 days per week and remotely on their remaining work days. We do continue to closely monitor staff workload and can confirm that remote work has not negatively impacted operations or performance measure targets or anything along those lines. So just an update on that. I also wanted to share that there has been, the governor has put forth a plan that has been approved that addresses an agency reorganization. And as a state licensure board, we operate under the Department of Consumer Affairs, which is currently part of the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. So in California's state government structure, agencies sit above departments and provide leadership, coordination, and oversight to ensure statewide goals are met. Departments such as DCA manage programs and operations that implement state policies, while boards and bureaus under the department focus on licensing, enforcement, and professional regulation. This structure promotes accountability, coordination, and consistent consumer protection across all levels of government. Effective July 5th of this year, Governor Newsom implemented the government reorganization plan, seeking to strengthen leadership and focus by dividing the existing Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency into 2 separate agencies effective July 1 of 2026. This aims to improve focus and accountability. The new agencies, as separated, will include the California Housing and Homelessness Agency, which will oversee housing production, preservation, homelessness solutions, and civil rights protections. There will also be the newly created Business and Consumer Services Agency, which will oversee consumer affairs, professional licensing, and regulatory enforcement. This new agency will also include the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, Department of Cannabis Control, Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, the Department of Real Estate. The goal is to enhance leadership, streamline oversight, and strengthen consumer protection. While the reorganization will be seamless, the department is excited to work with other departments responsible for regulatory enforcement to potentially share ideas and best practices. Moving on to the final AG expenses for 24-25, I am happy to report that our final AG expenses for 24-25 was just over $471,000, which I realize is significant, but it reflects a $153,000 decrease from the prior fiscal year. The reduction was a result of the tireless efforts led by Leanne Frills to identify potential savings opportunities, as well as closely monitoring cases transmitted to the Office of the Attorney General. I must also acknowledge the collaborative efforts extended to our board by Gloria Castro, Assistant Attorney General, who oversees the health quality enforcement section that we utilize for our cases within the Office of the Attorney General. Assistant AG Castro listened to our concerns and ideas and agreed to make changes in support of the board's commitment to reduce costs. We hope to continue realizing additional savings during the current fiscal year. And the final item within my report is regarding an update related to home care and home and community-based settings, tasks, and training. I did want to share that a few months back, I was contacted by Brenda Klutz, who has previously been involved with camps and who currently represents the pediatric day health facilities. She made staff aware of a legislative proposal seeking to combine the exemptions for home care and community-based settings as identified within Business and Professions Code sections 3765I and J. The proposal aims to allow employers in each of the identified settings to choose between providing in-house training or requiring certification through camps and/or CSRC, while clarifying that patient-specific training remains the employer's responsibility in all practice settings. The measure also proposes delaying implementation of these sections until January 1, 2029. Board staff have greatly valued the opportunity to collaborate with Ms. Klutz, who has been consistently receptive to feedback and proactive in considering staff's recommendations. Her openness and thoughtful engagement have contributed to a more comprehensive and well-informed proposal that reflects a shared commitment to the board's mission and consumer protection priorities. And that concludes my executive officer's report.
Thank you, Christine. Would anyone like to make a public comment on this item? Please approach.
Very good, sir. Thank you. You're welcome.
You have a comment regarding the executive officer's report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. President, Joe Hafkinshiel, Acting President of the California Association for Health Services at Home. We represent 7,000 licensed providers in California that provide skilled nursing services. We oppose Ms. Molina's proposal mentioned in her report to combine sections I and J. We see no purpose to this, and in the statute passed in 2024, the Home Health Agency exemption was clearly specified in a separate section. We don't see anything to be gained by combining it with the other exception in section J.
Thank you. We appreciate your comment. Moderator? Oh, I'm sorry. There's another person. Please approach.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Terry Racciato, and I represent the Pediatric Day Healthcare Center Group, as well as CAMPS, the Medical Equipment Company Group. We have worked very diligently to add I and J as part of this process. We, as an employer and as a group, are slightly different than a home health agency as far as licensure goes. But we also do all of the things for licensure that a home health agency does. So we agree very heavily with Christine Molina's suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Any other public comments for those here in person? Seeing none, moderator, any comments?
Thank you,
whether-
thank you, Mr.
Oh, it
Board
looks like-
President. Thank you, Mr. Board President. I do see we have some raised hands, starting with calling user 818791. If you see a prompt to unmute, go ahead and click on it. To unmute yourself, you press *3. All right, we can hear you.
Hi. I would like to get a clarification on the exemption for the home health. I'm a patient's mother, who needs respiratory treatments. So I'm not quite clear whether there is an exemption or there isn't.
I think your comment is for, I don't think it's for the executive officer's report. If you could just hang tight, we'll come back to that in a future agenda item.
All right, the next public comment is from Caitlin Ashton. Caitlin, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself. And Caitlin, are you able to unmute yourself?
I am the executive director of a pediatric day healthcare facility, along with Terry Rossiato, and part of the Pediatric Day Healthcare Coalition. I support Executive Director Molina's desire to implement statutes I and J. We are a facility that has been serving children since 2009. We have 67 medically fragile children every single day. I may not be a parent of a medically fragile child. I've dedicated my life to caring for them. And I love the patients as if they were my own, and so do these LVNs. I've seen the power of skilled, compassionate nursing care, not only through my work, but in my own family. My grandmother was kept alive and able to pass peacefully at home because of home health nurses and the safe routine administration of oxygen for years. This kind of dignity and compassion and community-based care is what every patient deserves in California. Our licensed vocational nurses are the backbone of that care. They are skilled, experienced, and deeply committed. I see it every day, providing complex interventions safely under physician orders and RN supervision. This sudden enforcement of this regulation without transitional guidance or certification pathway has placed lives at risk. LVNs can no longer perform basic life-sustaining interventions like giving oxygen or suctioning an airway to prevent aspiration, even when a patient is turning blue and struggling to breathe. There are not enough RNs or respiratory care therapists to take over these responsibilities, and the Medi-Cal or Medicaid reimbursement model cannot sustain that shift. This isn't a matter of convenience, it's an ethical issue of human dignity. When a child aspirates, when a grandparent with COPD or ALS can't breathe, care cannot wait. Sometimes as simple as giving them air, just air to breathe, or suctioning so they don't aspirate to die. I truly believe the board's intent to protect patients, but the implementation without transition plan is taking the very breath of life from people it was meant to safeguard. Please suspend enforcement immediately and implement I and J, and work with the providers to build a safe, practical, and compassionate path forward for nurses and patients to depend on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Shalisa Guerrero.
Sorry, before we move on
Mhm.
to the next comment, this is legal counsel. I just wanted to make a quick clarification on a couple of things. First of all, there's been a few comments regarding the proposal to combine subdivisions I and J. Executive Officer Molina mentioned that piece in her EO report, but I wanted to clarify that was not EO Molina's proposal nor the board's proposal. That was something that was presented to her by Brenda Klutz, who she mentioned. So I think she was just reporting out to the board that that was a concept that was presented to her. So at this point, it's not her proposal. The board hasn't taken a position on it. Also, that specific combining of I and J, although it was mentioned in the EO report, it's not specifically agendized for today's meeting. So the board isn't really going to be, you can continue to make comments on that. The public may, but the board won't be able to speak on that issue because it wasn't agendized for our meeting. Thank you.
All right.
With that, we can move on to the next comment.
Okay. Next comment is from Cheryl Arnold. Cheryl, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to clarify, I had thought it would be a different agenda item, but I wanted to talk about Title 16, Section 1399.365.
Can I interrupt you?
yeah,
I'm
go
sorry. This is legal counsel again. For everyone who's waiting to make a comment. So this current agenda item is the executive officer's report, and she did talk about a number of things. The next agenda item, item 4, is about the basic respiratory tasks and services regulation, that 1399.365. So as soon as we wrap up this agenda item on the executive officer's report, we're going to dive into the discussion of the basic respiratory tasks and services, which I imagine is what is on most people's mind to discuss. So you're welcome to continue your comment if you'd like to speak to the EO report or anything else. But if you do want to speak to that particular regulation and you want to hold your comments until the next item, that's where that's going to be discussed.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I'll wait for the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have,
Moderator?
yes.
Go ahead.
We have Shoshani Dai with a raised hand. Shoshani, you should be able to unmute. All right, Shoshana, see if you can unmute. All right, I don't, it's possible she decided not to comment on the executive officer's report. We have Lisette Leandro.
Hello. Hi, good morning. Yeah,
Good
hi.
morning.
I'm sorry. It's my first time to use this, webinar. I'm Shoshana. I'm RNMP, also a family of the patient. I'm very concerned, like earlier, somebody just mentioned the LVN suction or this kind of like a basic life airway support. So my father has PSP diagnosis. It's called progressive supranuclear palsy. It's in nursing home for 2.5 years, stable, only need 1 to 2 liter oxygen. But suddenly recently, because the regulation changed, the LVN cannot suction. And every day I'm so worried. I have to be there to help out day and night. I couldn't sleep. The LVN said they have to broadcast to ask for RN and RT to come. The RN had to be in charge more than 150 patients. RT was in the other side in the sub-queue. So this immediately put my dad's life in danger. And I also hired the caregiver one-on-one in regular, like during day 8 hours for the oral suction, because they told us the CNA cannot do oral suction. So this is the thing. I just wonder if patient on the life, danger and the respiratory stress, that skilled LVN and waiting there cannot touch the patient to save the life, broadcasting, running crazy. I really want to cry as this thing happening. I don't know. I'm not complaining anything, but I just feel the LVN who signed to take care of my dad, the RT trained them, and I also watched them. My dad has been there for 2.5 years, very stable. And just recently, the changing make me very, very nervous. Make my mom, she was watching why they are waiting. The LVN cannot suction. And even the RN in station 2, my dad in station 1 cannot hear when he moaning distress, especially he needs the every 4 hours breathing treatment on vest, with vest PT. So that's what I'm concerned. I'm actually trying to write an email to Miss Christine Molina. So that's why I log in like 9 minutes later. I'm trying to express the concerning. I think my dad is not the only patient in the facility to go through this.
We thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
All right, next we have Lisette Leandro. Lisette, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Lisette, we'll give you one more chance to unmute. go ahead and click on that if you'd like to comment on the executive officer's report. All right, she has lowered her hand, so we'll go on to the last person raising their hand, which is Rachel Rattle Harris. Rachel, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Lizette Landro. Can you hear me now? I don't know why I'm having audio
Yes,
problems.
yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So this is Lizette Landro. I'm a nurse practitioner with ECS. We have long-term care facilities in Southern California. And I just want to let you know that long-term care providers will be hit the hardest if this goes into effect. Many skilled nursing facilities and residential care for the communities, long-term care settings, heavily unlicensed vocational nurses to perform all these respiratory tasks. Personally, I've had to section hundreds of hospice patients under the auspices of this care communities, and I can tell you from my personal experience that this will take effect. If this takes effect, it will affect health care that are under in this communities. Just so you know, LVNs are an essential members of the care team. We don't usually have an RN on site, even overnight. So if we have to go into effect with these regulations, many residents or patients will likely need to go to emergency room to get basic respiratory care, which includes like suctioning and oxygen therapy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, this is the moderator. I see no further raised hands. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Ma'am, did you still want to comment on executive report 3? No. Very good. We can move on to item number 4, discussion and public possible action in response to implementation of California Code of Regulations, Section 1399.365, Basic Respiratory Tasks and Services. The board values your comments, and thank you for coming here and joining those via WebEx to participate. I'd like to remind everyone that the public comment period will be facilitated by our moderator, who will open the comment period for the various agenda items and allow each public participant 3 minutes for their comment. This is not a question and answer session or a dialogue, but rather it's an opportunity for your public comments to be heard and considered by the board. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christine to present this item.
Thank you. To provide some background and context, I wanted to begin by stating that in 2023, the legislature amended the LVN Practice Act to state that LVNs may not provide respiratory care services and treatment except as expressly identified by the Respiratory Care Board of California pursuant to Business and Professions Code Section 3702.5 subsection A. That statute tasked the Respiratory Care Board with promulgating regulations to identify basic respiratory tasks and services that do not require a respiratory assessment and only require manual, technical, or data collection. After a public rulemaking process, the Respiratory Care Board adopted the Basic Respiratory Tasks and Services Regulation, which is under California Code of Regulations, Section 1399-365, which took effect October the 1st, 2025, and provided a legal pathway for LVNs to provide some level of respiratory care services. This regulation defines which respiratory tasks are considered basic, those that do not require a respiratory assessment, and distinguishes them from procedures that do not require clinical assessment or judgment. Tasks requiring assessment must be performed by a licensed respiratory care practitioner or another healthcare provider authorized by law, such as a registered nurse. The regulation represents an important milestone in the board's ongoing work to clarify levels of respiratory care, basic, intermediate, and advanced, and to ensure that any activity involving clinical judgment or decision-making is performed only by appropriately licensed professionals. Implementation in hospitals, subacute units, and skilled nursing facilities has gone smoothly overall. To support the transition, The board reached out to approximately 1,200 facilities, shared FAQs and a self-audit tool, and created a dedicated webpage with resources for LVNs, RCPs, employers, and consumers. The board also worked with the California Department of Public Health and the Department of Healthcare Services to ensure consistent statewide messaging. Notwithstanding the letter sent from the California Association of Health Facilities to Governor Newsom, for the most part, facilities report they are now in compliance, having updated policies, retrained staff, and reassigned tasks that involve respiratory assessments to respiratory care practitioners or registered nurses. The board continues to focus on education, communication, and collaboration as implementation moves forward. Now moving on to the home and community-based settings. As part of the legal framework related to LVNs and respiratory care, the legislature acknowledged the ongoing respiratory care practice by LVNs in home health and home and community-based settings by expressly granting exemptions for LVNs in these settings under Business and Professions Code Section 3765. The legislature stated that LVNs in those settings may perform respiratory tasks and services identified by the board. The board has always intended to adopt a separate regulation to identify such respiratory tasks to implement the statutory exemptions. Without the board identifying the tasks, no exemption exists. These settings were provided carve-out exemptions to ensure continuity of patient care. However, as it stands today, California Code of Regulations 1399-365 applies broadly across healthcare environments, including home health agencies and home and community-based settings as described under Business and Professions Code Sections 3765I and J. These two sections are distinct and understanding the difference is important. Section 3765I addresses home health agencies. This provision covers LVNs who are employed by home health agencies. Once the board identifies the specific respiratory tasks that LVNs may perform in these settings, which will actually be taking place as part of the next agenda item 5, these will be set forth in regulation, and LVNs will be exempt from Section 1399-365 and lawfully able to perform the respiratory tasks identified in the new regulation. Section 3765J relates to the home and community-based settings. This section includes a broader range of small or community settings. Congregate living facilities licensed by the Department of Public Health that are designated as 6 beds or fewer. Intermediate care facilities also licensed by Department of Public Health designated as 6 beds or fewer. Adult daycare centers licensed by Department of Public Health. Employees of a home health agency licensed by Department of Public Health or an individual nurse provider working in a residential home. At a pediatric day health and respite care facility licensed by Department of Public Health. At a small family home licensed by the State Department of Social Services designated as 6 beds or fewer. And finally, as a private duty nurse as part of daily transportation and activities outside a patient's residence or family respite for home and community-based patients. For these settings, the exemption is already written into statute, but does not take effect until January 1, 2028, unless a legislative change is made to strike that date. Until then, California Code of Regulations 1399-365 applies in full, meaning LVNs in these environments may perform only the basic respiratory tasks listed in the regulation. The board's longstanding intent has been to ensure these settings receive the same exemption as home health agencies. Now, the impact on the community. This has created a very significant concern among families who depend on LVNs for daily care, disrupting routines and in many cases affecting parents' ability to work. In some cases, it may even lead to patients requiring hospitalization for care that was previously managed safely at home. Moving forward, the board has an option to consider in an effort to address the very valid concerns raised over the past 3 weeks. That option would be to pursue emergency regulations to specify that the basic task regulation applies only to non-exempt settings. This option would involve filing an emergency regulation to specify that the basic task regulations only apply in non-exempt settings. They will not apply to the home health or home and community-based settings. Amending the regulation this way would allow the board to pursue statutory amendments to the Business and Professions Code while simultaneously pursuing regulations to clearly define allowable tasks and required training standards. The emergency regulations limit the applicability of the basic tasks to non-exempt settings, effectively putting the legal landscape for LVNs operating in these exempt settings back to the same position they were in prior to October 1, where the law is still that LVNs may not provide respiratory care services and treatment except as expressly identified by the RCB. The board recognizes that LVNs in these settings have been performing these tasks prior to 2023 and continue to perform these tasks despite the change in law. And to this date, the Respiratory Care Board has been exercising its enforcement discretion and not actively pursuing discipline for these scope of practice violations. At this time, and until appropriate legislation is reached, the board will continue to treat these LVNs in the same manner as it has been since the change in law in 2023, absent negligence or patient harm. This approach provides critical breathing room for all stakeholders while the board, affected stakeholders, and their associations work with the legislature to collaboratively establish a comprehensive, consistent, and legally sound framework. In short, it comports with the expectations of the home and community-based settings that they would be able to continue practicing as they were prior to October 1, 2025. This approach also acknowledges the genuine implementation challenges identified by both industry and practitioners without abandoning the underlying intent to safeguard patients and uphold professional standards. Further, a statutory amendment to the Business and Professions Code sections 3765I and J will ultimately be needed to align the training requirements and implementation timelines. Namely, the RCB would support the deletion of the 2028 operative date specific to home and community-based settings. The legislature reconvenes in January of 2026. Last week, I met with consultants from the Senate Business, Professions, and Economic Development Committee, which has worked with the board for many years to address the ongoing issue of LVNs performing respiratory care. Considering the current concerns expressed by those in and representing the home and community-based settings, the committee staff agreed to consider options for a statutory change and reiterated their commitment to continue working with the board to address this decades-long issue, likely as part of the board's upcoming sunset review. I am personally very grateful for the committee's longstanding support and years of work on this. Their deep understanding makes them uniquely positioned to help reach a resolution. With that, I will turn it back over to the board for discussion.
Thank you, Christine. Unless the members have any other questions or suggestions, we would like to
Mr.
schedule.
President? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. President, at this point, I'd like to make a motion to schedule a subsequent meeting for finding of emergency and approval of amended regulatory text to clarify that these basic respiratory tasks and services regulation apply only in the non-exempt setting.
Thank you, Ray. Do we have a second?
Barry will second that.
Well, Katie, do we take a vote on this?
What comment?
We'd have to go to public comment.
Oh, that's right. Public, any other comments from the members? Okay. At this point, we would like to.
I'm sorry, this is legal counsel. I was just going to clarify what the motion is before we go to public comment. So the regulation that went into effect on October 1st was California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1399.365, which defined basic respiratory tasks and services as the board was directed to do under statute. So the motion, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to schedule another board meeting very soon we need to, in order to take action on this, we would need to do it within a board meeting, hence the need to schedule another meeting. So scheduling another meeting where additional regulation can be considered to take the regulation that just went into effect and have it not apply to the settings that are covered under Business Professions Code 3765 subdivisions I and J. Okay.
Thank you, Reza. Now to public comments. Given the number of public members that would like to provide public comment, we ask that you please do not repeat comments, but in the interest of time and efficiency, state something like, my comment echoes that of Speaker X, or my comments are the same as Speaker Y. And again, we would like, in the interest of time, if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes. We will entertain comments from the audience first, and then we'll move on to the WebEx comments. Please approach.
Just as we gather those folks to make their comments, just a bit more clarification. As I said, the motion is to eventually carve out the home health and the home and community-based settings from the basic respiratory tasks and services exclusion. So if that goes through, the board would meanwhile pursue additional regulations to implement subdivision I for the home health and subdivision J for the home and community-based settings. I do have to point out that subdivision J for the home and community-based settings does have in statute an implementation date of 2028, and that's nothing that this board can change or remove on its own. So until that date, the board's regulations couldn't necessarily do anything. You heard Christine talk about the board's approach on enforcement on that, but that state and statute would remain. Meanwhile, the board would probably be supportive of a legislative effort to remove that 2028 implementation date and get that brought forward sooner. So I know this is kind of complex for folks who are not in this world every day. So hopefully that helps a little bit, but go ahead with your public comments.
Thank you.
Good morning, and
morning.
thank you for allowing us to be here today. My name is Joan DeVore Gutierrez, and this is my son, Liam Gutierrez. And I'll be the first to admit, I don't understand everything that's been discussed, but I can tell you from my perspective how it has hit my family. And hopefully going forward, you will consider our experiences in helping us right the ship, so to speak. This is my son, Liam Gutierrez, and I had this beautiful thing written up, but I really just want to tell you about him. This is Liam. He is a Boston athlete. He's done Boston Marathon as an assisted athlete. He was given no extra time to qualify for that. He had to qualify in his runner's time. And he's done marathons and triathlons. He has hiked the Rocky Mountains. He has done indoor skydiving. He has done downhill skiing. He lives a full and wonderful life in the community. And the way in which he does that is because we have put together this little network of care, of loving people who take care of him and give us a break with respite and allow us to work over these years. We currently attend Together We Grow in San Diego. And quite honestly, we've been attending there for 26 years. In 26 years, in fact, behind us is at least 3 or 4 people that have cared for Liam for 25, 26 years. On at least 4 occasions, those LVNs have saved his life. And I won't go into detail on that, but know that they are competent, caring professionals who love these kids and are part of his life and his adventures. They cheer him on. When Boston was going on, they were cheering him on. They celebrated him when he came home with his medal. Liam participates with his family on vacations. Liam lives a good life, and we don't want him to be institutionalized because we lose the supports that help us. And those supports are LVNs at the Pediatric Day Health Center, at his respite. When Liam is hospitalized, and it happens, The common cold puts him in ICU. He's been intubated because of that virus. It's a risk for us to come and speak to you today. But it's such an important part of our fabric for daily life. We're aging. I would like to age gracefully with my son in our care, but I can't do it without the support of his
30
day program
seconds.
or respite. So I really appreciate you guys pay attention to the task list that you come up with. I can't speak to every child's task needs, but make sure you don't exclude anyone by missing the task that's needed. Thank you for meeting my son today.
We thank you and Liam for being here. Approach, please.
Hi,
Oh,
my name is Terry Racciato. I'm the RN founder of Together We Grow, a pediatric day healthcare provider in San Diego. I've also owned and run a home health agency, as well as a medical equipment company. Yes, I'm the old soul who has dedicated my life to providing loving, safe nursing care for medically fragile children and adults. I have done so for the last 46 years. Under my direction, we have provided literally millions of hours of safe and effective nursing care to thousands of kids over four decades. The original staff for the waiver programs was determined by the California Department of Health in 1984, who stated it could only be reimbursed as an LVN level of care. 40 years later, it is still reimbursed to the equivalent of an LVN level of care. I might add that this care has been provided by LVNs since before there was even a respiratory care board, or for that matter, a license in California for respiratory care. There are literally thousands of patients currently served under the California waiver and pediatric day healthcare programs. All of these programs are based on an LVN model of care. There's never been a reimbursement code by either Medicare or Medi-Cal to reimburse an RT in our community programs, which, by the way, I find a sin. Indeed, the RNs that provide care for the home vent patients are not chargeable, but part of the overhead costs for home medical equipment companies. I currently have 150 vent patients out in the community under our medical equipment company. In our programs, we care for the whole child and the whole families, not treat them as a host for their disease process. We allow them to be kids first, and we provide their care safely. We don't make them climb over the barrier of our lowered expectations as to what they can achieve. Our kids have skied down mountains and all of the other things that Joni just talked about, including, in addition, participating in sports and marching bands in high school and have graduated from colleges. Our kids lead a really full life. The real heroes in all of this are the families represented behind me here today. We help, but they're the
30
ones who make it
seconds.
all work. But they're tired and vulnerable. They're overwhelmed with yet another regulation that came out of the blue that could destroy the support systems of care that they have cobbled together to keep their kids safely in their own beds in their own homes. Somebody asked me once, did I have a special needs child of my own? Why was I so dedicated to this population? And my answer consistently is, yes, I have several thousand of them. I just didn't happen to give birth to them.
3 minutes are up.
thank you for your comments. Those of you that want to make a comment, if you could please line up on the left. Those that plan to make a comment, please line up on the left. That way we can go in that order.
Hello, my name is Charlotte. I represent myself. I have had a trach and a G-tube all my life. My nurses help me take care of both my trach and my G-tube. A nurse is as good at taking care of a trach as a respiratory therapist is. Because I have home care nurses, I can go to school and live at home instead of in the hospital. If I had a nurse and a respiratory therapist at school, I would have more attention on me from the on me than other students. It would be harder to focus. It would be more difficult at home to have both a nurse and a respiratory therapist. My nurses keep me healthy, and having home health nurses works well for me and my family. In my opinion, home care nurses should be allowed to take care of patients with a trach and a ventilator. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you, Charlotte. Good job.
Good morning. My name is Mike Lyman, and I am one of the owners of Ridgeline Pediatric, a group of 8 pediatric day health centers located in Northern California. I'm also the president of the Pediatric Day Health Center Coalition. However, today I'd like to stand before you with my most important title, Dad. I have 5 amazing daughters, and as a father, I'm here today to give voice to all the parents and families and clients that could not attend to share their stories. 12 years ago, my wife Carrie and my brother and sister-in-law started the journey of Ridgeline Pediatric. We moved our family to Grass Valley area and dedicated our time, efforts, and energies to helping families and children with specialized healthcare needs. As a father, I've been blessed with my daughter, Maddie. She's 21 years old. She has autism and a rare unnamed genetic disorder. Maddie is my inspiration for why I'm here before you today, asking for your help. As young parents, Carrie and I struggled immensely to cope with and understand how to help Maddie. There seemed to be so many things going on, so many unknowns, so many doctors, so many healthcare issues. We were often tired, scared, and simply overwhelmed. It's hard to be a parent. It's almost impossible to be a parent of a child with complex medical needs. Maddie has blessed our lives in countless ways. Her sweet spirit, her beautiful voice, her endless curiosity, and her tenacity to be who she wants to be. I have been privileged to connect with hundreds of children and adults at Ridgeline Pediatric who have persevered and show up every day as the big, bold, beautiful humans that they are. They empower me. They give me strength. They give me love, and they give me hope. I haven't met any of you in person until today, yet I know that you are great people, that you care about protecting lives and helping people receive safe and appropriate care. I know that you work hard, just like I do, to play a part in ensuring that we do this right, that we get this right for them, for those we serve, and for why we have a purpose here today. For decades, California's healthcare systems have been working diligently to create systems, processes, and supports so that children and adults with complex healthcare needs can be at home. LVNs are the backbone of why children and adults that require skilled nursing care can remain at home, can thrive in their communities, and create
30
relationships
seconds.
and connections with things that matter most to them. Let's not move backwards today. Let's move forward. The choices you make today will have a rippling impact across the state for thousands upon thousands of people. As a father, I implore you to find a way to allow services with LVNs to move forward in a meaningful way so that we can continue to love and support these amazing humans and their families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. Ana Iogamedes on behalf of Los Angeles Unified School District and the Association of California School Administrators. I had a prepared comment, but I want to actually echo the comments of the young lady who spoke so eloquently about the needs of the students with respiratory needs who we serve in our schools. We do obviously have students with respiratory needs, many of whom are served with LVNs. And those students have a right under both federal and state law to attend school in the least restrictive environment. That means the fewest number of support staff. That's both for the students' social emotional health. That's also just not having a ton of humans in the classroom that are extra. So I want to very much echo and thank the young lady who was so brave as to speak here. I came in support of the letter that was submitted by another organization to the governor, and I'm very happy to hear that we are proposing a suspension of those regulations for community-based organizations and would just like to uplift that schools are also an organization within the community serving these individuals. Under Senate Bill 389, which was recently signed by the governor and will go into effect on January 1st, there's a lot of talk about subdivision I and J. It adds a subdivision L for schools. So please make sure that schools are included if there is a suspension of those regulations. I can speak on behalf of my employer, Los Angeles Unified, in saying, and I think others in our coalition, that schools, the education community stands ready and eager to work with the Respiratory Care Board to find a solution that works for us all. So thank you very much.
Could you
Thank you for your
repeat that Senate
comments.
bill? Could you repeat that Senate bill?
Senate Bill 389, and that author was Senator Ochoa Bogue, and the governor signed that on October 10th.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Before the next person comes up, I just want to restate that regarding public comments that given that we may have quite a few, I would like to make sure that in the interest of time and efficiency, that if you are stating something similar to someone else, that you just share that. I echoes the comments of the speaker, or my comments are the same. Otherwise, if you have something new additional to add to it, then we definitely welcome you to come up and share your comments. Next.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Yesenia Payan. I am an RN case manager at Together We Grow, a pediatric day health center. I am here today to urge the extension of California Code Regulations 1399-365 until 2027, a decision that will strengthen both our nursing workforce and patient safety across the state. When this regulation took effect in October 2025, it redefined which basic respiratory tests could be performed by LVNs. While the goal was clarity, it unintentionally removed procedures such as nasal and tracheal suctioning that LVNs had long performed safely under RN and physician supervision. This abrupt change has created a serious training and transition gap. Extending 1399.365 is not about delaying the process, it's about doing it right. First, it gives employers the time needed to build standardized competency-based respiratory training. This ensures LVNs are properly prepared, not rushed or excluded from vital patient care. Second, it prevents dangerous care disruptions. Many long-term care, home health facilities, and pediatric health centers rely on LVNs to help maintain airways and respond to respiratory distress. Without them, we risk longer response times and reduced access to care for vulnerable patients. Third, an extension allows for consistent statewide standards, reducing confusion, improving accountability, and aligning with our safety goals. Finally, it strengthens California's healthcare workforce. By 2027, properly trained LVNs could safely perform basic respiratory care, helping fill gaps created by our statewide shortage of respiratory therapists. Extending this regulation is not merely administrative, it's a safeguard for patients' lives, for nurses' readiness, and for public confidence. Let's ensure this transition is guided by preparation and not reaction. Thank you for your time and commitment to safe, effective care for all Californians.
Thank you. Please approach.
Hello, my name is Joseph Wilson. I work as a systems change advocate for Good Independent Living Center. And also successfully living with a severe neuromuscular disability. Can I highly recommend that there are exemptions for public community-based services, just because I'm living proof that you don't need to get a medical license to do simple tasks like suctioning, because all of my care is administered by PCAs, to a Medicaid waiver, get IHSS. So I think if you, it's really part of that exemption is carved out so that people like me, but also those who are more vulnerable to me, can have choice of where they receive their care. That's what I comment for today. Just one more recommendation before I go, because if it's possible to get the patient to this board, could probably provide more insight on how it's gonna affect people like me in the community. And that's it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you. So you quick. Back in. The person. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
Good morning, Kathleen Galgiani, and I'm here on behalf of CAMPS. And I thank you for the motion before you today to delay implementation. And I ask you to consider the implications on the state budget and the Medi-Cal budget, because if it is not for the delay of the regulations, it will put an additional cost on the budget for hiring RCPs to do the work that LVNs have currently been doing up to this point. I served in the legislature for 14 years. I served during the recession. So I was there in 2008 and 9 when the legislature had to pass 3 different budgets in a 12-month span to address what started as a $23 billion deficit and ended up being a $42 billion deficit. We were left with $85 billion. We had to make many, many painful cuts, especially to the Medi-Cal program. We cut dentures for recipients on Medi-Cal, and it wasn't until 2018 that dentures were restored. I introduced legislation 3 years in a row to ensure that we would keep the reimbursement levels for children in hospitals that were in the CCS program and the genetically handicapped persons program for that reason. So when I speak of concerns about the budget, it's because I lived it. And I, along with my colleagues, had to vote for budgets that were extremely painful and difficult to live with. We're seeing it happening again now because of changes at the federal level. Last January, the legislature started with a $3 billion deficit. They had to borrow money to cover it just to pay the Medi-Cal bills through the end of March. And by June, when they were passing the budget for this fiscal year, that deficit had risen to $5 billion. And more cuts are coming because the president has announced that he wants to see $900 billion to $1 trillion in cuts over the next 10 years. Legislators and the governor have already frozen new enrollment for individuals with unsatisfactory immigration status. They've reinstated asset limits for individuals trying to sign up for Medi-Cal, and more cuts are coming. When I was in the legislature, we wanted our aspiration was to bring a school of medicine to UC Merced and UC Riverside, and those
30
dreams
seconds.
were cut short because of the budget deficit, something that's looming again for us now. Many professions have a shortage, including respiratory care practitioners, and that's why the legislature has sought scope of practice bills to expand the ability for other healthcare professionals to perform at their highest education level and their highest level of training. So before you today is the opportunity to work with stakeholders to ensure that you're addressing the
3 minutes are
RCP
up.
shortage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Emma Gray, and I am here today to discuss the effects of the recent policy change, Section 1399.365, related to LVNs being able to provide limited respiratory care. I myself earned my Bachelor's of Science degree in December 2021, became a registered nurse in 2022, and am currently the RN administrator of Together We Grow, a pediatric day health center in Southern California. I oversee multiple licensed vocational nurses on a daily basis, and we work tirelessly to ensure our medically fragile patients receive the best care from our center. If you take anything away from my message, let it be that enforcing Section 1399.365 underestimates the power of LVNs in California and puts medically fragile children at an unnecessary disadvantage. One of the first things I learned in nursing school is something called the ABCs of nursing assessment. A stands for airway, B stands for breathing, and C stands for circulation. This acronym is meant to help nurses understand the importance of triaging and quick judgment. Both the airway component and the breathing component are explicitly related to respiratory care. This type of care you must perfect as a nurse. This is the type of care that many LVNs have already perfected in order to obtain their hard-earned licenses. Without a doubt, my LVNs could blindly hear a cough from across the room and instantly know which patient that cough belonged to. For the last 40+ years, our LVNs have proven that they have the skills and knowledge it takes to provide respiratory care to medically fragile children. Simply put, you cannot fully understand a patient without understanding their respiratory needs. Using nursing judgment, our LVNs understand that an intervention such as a chest vest therapy session should be performed before a patient eats, not after, so as to make the patient feel uncomfortable. They understand that nasal sectioning should be delicately performed to allow for a patient's oxygen saturation to potentially increase when it appears low. They understand the doctor's supplemental oxygen order just as they understand any other supplemental order for as-needed medications. As a nurse, you must care for the mind, body, and soul of each patient, not everything except their respiratory needs. These LVNs took 2+ years to truly learn the science behind how the human body operates as one unified system. No, these LVNs are not respiratory therapists, but in our pediatric day health setting, they have what it takes to provide high-quality,
30
safe,
seconds.
informed respiratory care. I would like to end my time with a question. If you struggled with breathing right now at this exact moment, would you want to have to wait to receive respiratory care by a respiratory therapist? Or would you trust the intelligent and licensed LVNs who have previously succeeded in providing thousands of hours of respiratory care to countless patients? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sorry. My name is Michaela Taifane, and I'm a licensed vocational nurse that practices at Vibra Hospital of Sacramento. I do understand that the board prioritizes patient safety, and so do I. However, removing LVNs from these roles can actually compromise safety. With California already facing a severe nursing shortage and LTAC, subacutes, and long-term care facilities barely maintaining the staff that they have, this can cause a further shortage. Respiratory therapists earn on average 25 to 37% more than LVNs, while RNs earn on average 30% more. Many facilities cannot afford to hire enough RTs or RNs to cover these tasks. Now that LVNs are restricted from the tasks we performed safely for years, facilities may be forced to lay off staff, leaving patients with fewer caregivers and delayed care. While emailing with Ms. Moreno, she mentioned that the board is working with stakeholders to explore pathways that support the workforce. At the same time, the Board of Vocational Nursing informed me that they provided the RCB with an outline for a joint training course to be taught by an RN and a respiratory therapist to ensure competency and safety, and unfortunately, the RCB has been unwilling to discuss it. That collaboration could be a safe, practical solution that protects both our patients and an entire healthcare workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Arroyo, and I'm from the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. The council disrupts systems to make them work better, more efficiently, effective, and accountable for Californians with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The council thanks this board and deeply appreciates the pause in implementation in order to clarify the regulation to address the concerns previously expressed. I'd like to share the council's perspective to assist the board in understanding its concerns during the process of clarifying the regulation. The council understands the recent regulatory changes may result in some people to move from their homes in the community to institutional settings such as subacute care facilities. There are civil rights laws such as the Americans with Disabilities Act and the U.S. Supreme Court's decision, the Olmstead decision, which held that unjustified segregation of people with disabilities which results in institutionalization, constitutes discrimination and requires states to provide services in the most integrated setting possible. I'm confident that this was a significant factor in the decision that the board has announced today. In order to avoid the unnecessary segregation and institutionalization of individuals with disabilities, the council agrees with the board's decision to delay implementation of these regulations until steps can be taken to ensure such unnecessary institutionalization does not occur and people can remain in their homes. Also, the council agrees with LAUSD and the Association of California School Administrators in the need to look at subsection L of the regulation. The State Council would welcome the opportunity to further share its perspective and work with the board to find a solution that meets both the medical needs and civil rights of people with disabilities. Thank you again, and I also appreciate the way in which you've been paying great attention to each speaker as they've spoken. So thank you again for that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Maria Morar. I'm a respiratory care practitioner, and I represent Cypress Healthcare Group. They have skilled nursing facilities, and what I do is I train the nurses and educate them in proper respiratory care as a respiratory care practitioner. And I want to thank all of you for this great opportunity to speak before you and for your undivided attention. And esteemed members of the Respiratory Care Board, thank you for your time and consideration. It is greatly appreciated. I come before you today as an advocate for those who cannot be here to speak for themselves, for those patients who entrust their lives in our care every day in healthcare. As you know, in medicine, every second counts. That's why it is so important that our guidelines truly fit the unique needs of each care setting, whether it's skilled nursing, rehab, home health, or hospital. What works in one place might not work in another place. We as a group and as a society should come together to find better solutions for those who need our care. Home health is not the same as hospital care, and skilled nursing faces its own challenges as we speak. The laws and regulations that work in hospitals don't always work the same way in skilled nursing or rehab or home health. For example, in hospitals, these laws that have been changed and regulations support patient care, but in skilled nursing, they can sometimes fall short. My proposition is to have a system in place for LVN scope of practice that takes into account where they work. For example, home health, hospital, skilled nursing, or rehab. The patients who trust us with their lives deserve timely, proper care. Right now, I am seeing that these changes in scope of practice are affecting patient care in skilled nursing as we speak. I noticed it yesterday when I was at work. Delaying proper care to these patients that rapidly need care, it raises real concerns for their safety. I understand that these decisions were made with patients in mind and their safety, and that's very understandable. I see why things were changed. But I also believe it would be so valuable for the LVN board and the RN board and respiratory care board to come together and collaborate to a compromise.
30 seconds.
And develop and adjust a plan of scope of practice for LVNs, RNs, and respiratory care practitioner. For the past 17 years, I've been working closely with our LVNs and skilled nursing facilities for a very long time. And I've seen firsthand that these things can work when LVNs have clear guidelines and proper orders to follow without needing change in scope of practice. I truly believe that together we can create an even better system that supports skilled nursing, rehab, home health, and hospital, and allow us to give every patient the best care possible. I really
3
thank you
minutes are up.
again for listening and for your care and compassion, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Dustin Murray. I'm the administrator for Sailor Lane Healthcare Center and Sherwood Healthcare Center. It's a 42-bed facility and 62-bed facility in East Sacramento. We currently serve as a clinical site for multiple licensed vocational nursing schools in the Sacramento area, where prospective students who want a future in healthcare, like many of the amazing men and women who are seated in this room today, come to learn, and they come to see how to become a great nurse. The disabling of our LVNs to be able to put on a BiPAP and CPAP on our fragile residents will require us to either move these patients to a facility with 24 hours of registered nursing or terminate a dedicated licensed vocational nurse position to be replaced by an RN where it has never been necessary before. This while there continues to be a shortage of applicants for registered nurse positions in the skilled nursing sector. Patients who need a nebulizer who could rely on an LVN for years to start it cannot have that today. And that will now cause broadly a delay of care for patients who are experiencing a shortness of breath. This will affect the quality and immediacy of care for not just my patients, but for those at dozens of facilities across California and thousands of residents. Please allow our dedicated licensed vocational nurses who have been caring for these patients with nebulizers and CPAP and oxygen for years to continue to do their jobs and provide the breath of life. I earnestly implore you to stop these changes to the LVNs in skilled nursing facilities and discontinue this course of action. Our LVN students are depending on you to start their careers. Our licensed vocational nurses are depending on you to stay in their careers. And our patients are depending on your action to allow them to continue to do their jobs and patients to allow them to stay in our facilities, their homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Yvonne Chung with the California Association of Health Facilities. We are representing skilled nursing facilities, adult and pediatric subacute facilities, intermediate care facilities for the developmentally disabled. We're also speaking on behalf of the California Association of Long-Term Care Medicine. They are the association that represent medical directors in long-term care. They submitted a letter, but they were unable to be here today. We appreciate this opportunity to provide feedback on the implementation of these regulations. Echoing the comments from many of the other speakers, we are also very concerned about the impact of these regulations on long-term care facility residents and their access to timely respiratory care. I wanted to provide some clarification. For health facilities to comply with these regulations, what they would need to do would be to significantly and immediately increase their workforce of respiratory therapists and registered nurses when there is neither a high available supply of these licensed professionals, nor would our member facilities, most of which are almost entirely funded by Medi-Cal and Medicare, they don't have the funding in their budgets to be able to do this immediately. The additional cost for member facilities to essentially try to be able to comply and hire all the staff would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars statewide. In addition, so in order to come into compliance, if they're unable to do these things, they would essentially, many of them are contemplating this, is they would have to rethink their ability to admit residents who require any kind of respiratory care needs, because if they don't have the staff available to be able to care for them. So I want this board to really take that into consideration. And for many of these residents, particularly long-term care residents, when we talk about discharging them, you're discharging them from their permanent home. The facility is where they live. So please take that into consideration. We do appreciate the board's consideration of suspending these regulations. We wholeheartedly support that, but we would also say that it needs to go beyond just beyond the exempt providers in home health. It is a continuum of care, and an LVN needs to be able to provide the same level of care across all settings. So while we appreciate the thought about emergency regulations, it needs to go
30
beyond that.
seconds.
It needs to clean up these regulations. So in closing, I would want to say that our priority, similar to all of you, is to ensure that all vulnerable facility residents have uninterrupted and timely access to safe and high-quality respiratory care services provided by qualified, licensed, and experienced professionals across all settings. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jenny McClelland. I'm here today as a mom of a 14-year-old child who has been dependent on a tracheostomy and a ventilator for his entire life. I brought pictures. He couldn't be here today because he had a trigonometry test. He is currently attending school with the same licensed vocational nurse that he's had for several years. I'm going to admit that this is confusing and complicated. But what's simple is that my son needs to breathe every second of every day. We have been managing his care at home with help from licensed vocational nurses for his entire life. When he was born, he spent most of the first year of his life in a subacute hospital more than 200 miles from our home. That year was hell for our family. On paper, his medical care needs were met. He had 24/7 round-the-clock care from the right credentialed people. His most basic human needs were not met. It is completely inappropriate and uniquely damaging for kids to be forced into institutional care away from their families. It is damaging when disabled adults are forced to leave their families in order to access care. Access to care at home is fragile. The systems that make it possible for kids like my son to be sitting at home in Fresno taking a trigonometry test right now are underfunded and very neglected from the state. These are complicated systems, and I'm really confused on what the outcome is going to be today. Is it legal for our LVN to clock into work tonight and manage his ventilator when he rolls over and disconnects, which is something that happens a dozen times every night? I don't understand the gray areas, and I know that there's supposed to be an exemption, but he has to breathe 100% of the time, and he can't be relied upon to do that on his own. I really appreciate the concern that the board is giving for the safety of these children when they're trying to live happy, healthy lives at home with their families. I just want to make sure that when we leave here today, it's completely legal in black and white law for the licensed vocational nurse who manages his ventilator at night to keep him alive, because I want him alive when we wake up in the morning.
30 seconds.
I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all those comments. I want to support everything that's been said in this room. My name is Bruce Claris. I am the Vice President of Operations for a company called Neurorestorative. We serve 350 catastrophically individuals in the community with congruent living healthcare facilities that are 6 beds up to 18 beds. I would like to speak on behalf of the individuals that we serve and the LVNs that have been part of our program for so many years. Our outcomes certainly support that they are not only competent, but part of the ability for these individuals to access the community and be part of the community. I just want to, again, kind of acknowledge the fact that we started congruent living healthcare facilities to deinstitutionalize California 40 years ago. It seems like we're going backwards in terms of reinstituting these individuals. I think it's so important for us to understand the alternative for people that are not in a congruent living healthcare facility is either an ICU, a subacute, exactly what these people that have been talking about, going backwards in terms of us being able to provide this level of care. I think it's so important that we look at today what the alternative is, and to at least give a number of years to be able to institute that into our model and to be able to continue to really drive excellent care. These individuals deserve to be part of our community, as you heard, to be not only part of the community, but be in the community, to be able to be functioning individuals. If we don't allow our LVNs to be the breath and be able to support these individuals, we're not going to be able to continue with these services. There's quite a few congregate living healthcare facilities throughout California, again, to deinstitutionalize those individuals that before were either stuck in developmental centers or in the hospital. And if we continue to look at this model and please consider that model and how it works for these individuals, we will continue to be able to provide this level of care and support not only the individuals that you heard of from today, but also the institutions that would be discussed along the line. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello to everybody on the board. Truly appreciate your time and efforts towards this matter. And I truly also appreciate all the speakers that came here and spoke from their heart and essentially made the patient the center of what this is all about. And so I truly applaud everybody's efforts on this. I myself am an operator of a congregate living health facility, which has been around for several years. In fact, almost 40 years, the model has been around. And in that time period, LVNs have been carrying out duties for congregate living health facilities in which now RTs are being required to carry those duties, essentially. Personally speaking, I've been in the model for 8 years, since 2017. And we have done perfectly fine with LVNs who are very competent and knowledgeable to carry out the tasks. However, we have always focused on training our LVNs and also had an RT on call to carry out certain tasks that we feel more comfortable RTs carrying out. I was here during the meetings in 2019, prior to the pandemic, and it could have been possibly early 2020 also. And I understand this, this regulation and the formation of it has been going on for a while, but I cannot understate the fact of how important these changes that are being brought upon congregate living health facilities and other institutions could affect the bottom line of businesses to stay in business. And as a business owner, I think it's very important for me to convey that, because there are multiple factors. One, as the board expressed back in 2019, 2020, at the time, I believe this type of regulation would have caused a shortage of about 70,000 RTs in the state of California. So I don't recall the exact numbers, and I apologize if I'm misstating something, but there is a shortage of RTs. We see it on the front lines. We currently own an 18-bed.
30 seconds.
18-bed congregate living health facility. We plan on opening several more in the state, and this type of regulation could really limit our ability to serve an underserved population. And I truly appreciate if the board would look at the statute which allows congregate living health facilities to exist, which is Health and Safety Code, Section 1250-I, which constitutes a congregate living health facility as a home-like environment. And I would appreciate if the board could allow an exception for up to
30
18
minutes are up.
beds instead of the 6 beds that is currently being allowed. Thank you very much.
Good morning, board members. This is Dr. Talvinder Deep Kalan, a practicing physician Today, I'm representing 4 congregate living health facilities here in the state of California. I've had a personal experience with my dad. He was quite sick, was in the hospital for several months. We had the option to go to an institution. We chose to bring him home with the help and support of the nursing staff. We were able to get him back on his feet. Now he's walking back with a walker, and it's an amazing recovery. Yeah, it just highlights the importance of the home and community-based services, what they bring. Absolutely, it's a huge importance to the families. Without this, I can't imagine him doing well. With regards to the facilities that we were involved, the facilities have a robust training. We recognize not all patients are the same. Our LVNs undergo extensive training with the RTs. We in fact have RTs on staff also, but it is just not possible for them to cover all patients. So I have a big concern how this was whole implemented. We were not obviously notified, and this led to a big safety concern for our patients because the LVNs refused to suction the patients, and they just, it had to be done. So I was not happy how it all implemented. Secondly, I think we train our family members to take patients home. Now, if they see that an RT is performing and an LVN is not allowed to do so, I can't imagine a family member feeling comfortable taking their loved ones home and being able to do that on their own when we can't even expect the LVNs to be able to do so. So I think, home and community-based services need to be looked in a different manner. I do think you guys need to have exceptions. Training is key. We don't deny that, but there should be a methodology if it needs to be standardized. And all congregate living health facilities do serve the same purpose. So even an 18 beds should be given the same exemption. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am here representing my brother who couldn't be here. And this is a speech. Some of the reasons home nursing has helped me are that if I lived in the hospital, I wouldn't have gotten my trach and my G-tube taken out. Another reason I would not have been adopted and been able to live anywhere but the hospital. Being able to live at home has helped me a lot. Like the ability to play sports and explore other interests. It has also helped me be more active, try new things. Some of the new hobbies I might not have been able to try, for example, are rock climbing. Rock climbing is one of my favorite activities. Another favorite of his is baseball. I may not have been able to experience it if I still lived in the hospital, but if I still lived in the hospital, I probably would still have a trach, G-tube, and not be able to rock climb. A big part of the reason is I was able to do all this in home nursing. Another thing I wouldn't have if I didn't live in home nursing is all my pets. Home nursing is part of the reason I'm a big dog person. If I still lived in the hospital, I probably would not have discovered a big part of my personality. Conclusion, home nursing has helped me discover a big part of my personality. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Hi, my name is Amanda Farr. I am the biological mother of a child with a tracheostomy who is also ventilator dependent at night. You just had the pleasure of hearing her speak, and that is such a gift. And that's a gift of having LVNs in our home. Additionally, I am the adoptive parent of a former trach and vent dependent child. And I'm a former foster parent of medically fragile and HIV positive children in San Diego County. I'm also a public health researcher and an advocate. And in my personal and professional life, I'm a huge proponent of community voice and lived experience. I do not have a tracheostomy, nor have I ever lived with a ventilator as a source of life-sustaining support. But I have lived for 15 years with LVNs in my home, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Second. I have watched as they have tirelessly cared for my children. I have witnessed their dedication to staying up to date on their skills, learning new techniques, talking with doctors about my children's medical needs, and taking care of me. I've been able to witness these things because my children were able to live at home. My son lived in a pediatric nursing home for nearly the first year of his life. We were able to adopt him as a trach and ventilator dependent 2-year-old because we were able to offer LVN level support in our home. He is now a thriving 13-year-old who couldn't come today because he had very important fall ball little league practice yesterday. He loves fantasy football. And as his letter mentioned, he loves rock climbing. And unfortunately, he loves the Bills. I don't understand, but he does. And he loves all things Padres. He doesn't love science class, but he tolerates it so that he can go to lunch and play football with his friends. When I asked him, again, why LVNs, as he stated, were important to him, if I hadn't had home nursing, I would still be living in the hospital. And if I were in the hospital, I wouldn't have been adopted. And if I hadn't been adopted, I wouldn't have my dogs.
30 seconds.
Home nursing is so much more than taking care of a tracheostomy or suctioning. It takes care of a family. I am able to work. I am able to volunteer in my community. And most importantly, I am able to be a mother because I don't have to be a nurse to my children because I have excellent, high quality medical care that takes care of their needs and
3
allows
minutes are
us
up.
to be a family.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Latham, and my thoughts, my heart echoes everything we heard in this room today with one small to some, but significant difference for me. I am an LVN, and I do provide these cares. I have worked for Together We Grow for 30 years, and in those 3 decades, I have never caused a respiratory accident. And that young man that was sitting back there, Liam Gutierrez, I've taken care of him since he was 1.5 years old. I am begging you all to reconsider this. Don't tie our hands behind our backs and make us choose between our licenses and what's right. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
My name is Sheila. I'm the VP of Operations for Connected Living. You met my CEO a little earlier. His name is Baljinder Singh. So I'm going to speak fast because I want to get through all of this and I want to touch on everything that everyone has said, just emphasize on a couple different things. So as a congregate living health facility, patient safety is our highest priority. We recognize the complexity of medically fragile population we serve, and our staffing models reflect that commitment. For this reason, we consistently staff 2 LVNs per shift, exceeding the state regulated ratios to ensure continuity of care, rapid response, and proactive oversight. So we are heavily regulated by CDPH, but as a home-based setting. And because of that, I strongly feel that we should be excluded from all of this that's happening today. LVNs play an essential role in clinical support, patient specific training, and day-to-day care. Their presence is not only valuable, it is critical to maintaining safe, stable operations for individuals with complex medical needs. In addition, we also have our RT who has ongoing specialized training and clinical guidance. further strengthening our competency in our staff and reinforcing safety protocols. We acknowledge and we respect the concerns that are being raised by the Respiratory Care Board, and we are committed to collaborating to achieve alignment. However, the removal of LVNs and their services they provide is not a viable solution. Doing so would compromise patient care, disrupt continuity, and place unnecessary strain on an already vulnerable population. And I just want to give a very an example on how this is happening in real time. We had a patient that needed to go to an appointment, needed an RT to transport with them. We had an RT go, and we asked her to perform a task. She cannot perform that task because an LVN had to do it. So we not only have to have an RT there, but an LVN, versus if an LVN were to go with the patient, she can provide all the services needed all in one trip. So I just want to emphasize that it also creates a financial impact on increasing staffing mandates. Changes in required staffing without considering adjustments to reimbursement rates can create an unstable burden to facilities. It is not practical or equitable to legislate higher staffing requirements while failing to increase the reimbursement structure needed to support
30
them.
seconds.
This disconnect may ultimately limit access to care for the very patients this regulation aims to protect. We are eager to work collaboratively towards a solution that supports safety, maintains clinical excellence, and remains financially feasible. Our goal is simple: protect the patients, support the workforce caring for them, and sustain specialized services for congregate living health facilities that are designed to provide this type of care. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Stephanie Engelbrecht. I am a program director and an instructor at Del Rada Career Institute in San Diego for VN students. I want to start out by echoing all the things that everybody has already addressed. At the same time, I also want to state that I started out as an LVN in my career and moved on to RN. My knowledge on respiratory did not change just because I got my RN license. My education through my LVN program taught me how to adequately assess my patients and how to provide care that would be sustainable to my patients. I did work in home care for a very long time, and my patients were well taken care of and were able to thrive because they were not placed in hospitals, where they were not being exposed to opportune infections and other illnesses by being bedbound. They could get up and they could go. I have one patient that has an annual pass to Disneyland. He's able to get up and go because he has LVN staff that he's either able to go with him or to get him ready and he can go with his family that day. It's heartbreaking to see that we are putting limitations on a scope of practice that has been thriving for many years. And yes, I do understand that there can be consequences for persons who are inadequately trained, which is where I am today. As an instructor and as a program director for a VN school, what we are telling our students is that you don't need to do this, that this is not going to be part of your scope of practice. But yet we are also saying, yes, you could go work in homes. I highly encourage my students to go work in homes or to work at programs, day programs for children or adults that need extra care. But if we are limiting their access to proper education during clinicals, how are they going to adequately be able to do these steps when they go out into the field as a licensed vocational nurse? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daishiana Hobby. I represent Charles A. Jones. I'm an LVN student there. I had a few points I would like to touch. I see no negative impact from making a possible slight adjustment to LVN's scope of practice by changing LVN's curriculum to go more in depth of respiratory care. It would not only make LVNs more knowledgeable and valuable across all healthcare settings, it would also be beneficial for clients and their families. Narrowing LVN scope of practice would have two major negative consequences I would like to voice. It would discourage future LVN students from wanting to become LVN. And two, it would make RN's workload heavier when their workload is already at a safe level for RNs and their clients. Adding to RN's workload would increase the chances of RNs becoming burnt out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Susanna Ritter. I'm a nurse specialist with Regional Center of the East Bay. We provide supports and services to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. And this is the model throughout the state of California. We were kind of blindsided by these new regulations, and it would appear that the home types that we have, that we offer for the people we serve, that we are the referring agency and placing agency to, are not exempted from these rules. So that would immediately impact how we staff these homes, how these homes are funded, and maybe where people can live. They might have to move out of their home. So I would respectfully ask that you'd reconsider these licensed home types. We're highly regulated. I don't know why we got left out. I would ask that you include the Department of Developmental Services in your discussions going forward. That's kind of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't echo all the support of LVNs and RCPs and all that, and just, support the emergency regulation. Agree with that. We would like to have clarity before we leave here today. It would be nice to have clarity. I understand that it may have to be agendized for another meeting, but it would be good to get there. Just expressing that as family and caregivers and LVNs, 2028 is far away for us, especially when it affects our loved ones' daily life from day to day. Our son is locked in and he can't speak or move for himself, even though he can speak with his eyes and interact with all the LVNs who immediately understand him just within minutes of being in his presence, and understand when he coughs what he needs, what they can understand what kind of cough that is, if he needs suctioning, if he needs something else, or if he's just complaining about what's on TV at that moment, right? So this kind of interaction, RCPs are very important. We work really well with the RCPs, but the LVNs are the ones who see him on a daily basis and look into his eyes and understand what he needs at that moment. And that's very much what the congregate living was designed for. And just don't want to miss that moment. 2028 is far away, and would just appreciate the actions that you can take before then. And that's it. And thank you to everybody else who commented as well. Echo that.
Thank you. Just thank you again for everyone that came and share your comments. Moderator, can you let us know how many people are waiting to comment?
Thank you. I'm just taking a look. It looks like right now we have 8. Just be aware that as people speak, a lot of times people raise their hands because I guess they think of something they want to say. So right now it looks like 8, but that could be a changing number.
Okay. Should we take a break before we do that? Are you guys? We're going to take a 10 minutes, 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and listen to those people online.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to resume our meeting. Katie, would you recall roll, please?
Mr. Magpapian,
Present.
Dr. Meta,
Present.
Ms. Rosenberg, Mr. Terry,
Present.
Vice President Hernandez,
Present.
and President Guzman.
Present. Thank you, Katie. Reza, would you like to?
Yes, this is Reza, Pajahech Board's legal counsel. So we took a pause during the public comment period. We took all the public comments that were here in the in-person location, and we do have some commenters waiting on the WebEx to comment. Before we turn over to take further comment on agenda item 4, I did want to mention a couple of things. First of all, just, I guess, a bit of cold water. There was some comments asking for clarity, precise clarity on the state of the law. So I wanted to speak to that briefly. This board has historically, this issue, as many of you know, has gone back many, many years. And this board has historically taken the position that LVNs performing certain services in the respiratory sphere were acting out of scope. That was historically the position of this board, plain and simple. The board hasn't taken enforcement action against LVNs during that time, while this board worked with the Board for Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians, which is over the LVNs, to try to sort out the exact parameters of this issue. And there was legislation that passed. This issue made it to the legislature. And in 2023, the LVNs Practice Act was amended, not the respiratory care, not through action of the Respiratory Care Board, but the legislature amended Business Professions Code Section 2860, which is in the LVN Practice Act, to state that LVNs are not permitted to perform respiratory services except tasks that are expressly identified by the Respiratory Care Board. So from that moment forwards, LVNs were explicitly by statute prevented by law from doing respiratory services. Again, during that time, this board hasn't been enforcing it while the parameters of that were laid out. The legislature tasked this board with identifying those tasks, which is what the recent regulation that took effect did. The intention of that regulation that took effect October 1st was to implement Section 3702.5 of the Business Professions Code, which lays out what basic tasks LVNs in any setting can do. Meanwhile, there was always the intention to carve out the LVNs in the home health and in the home and community-based settings. So further legislation added exemptions to Business Professions Code 3765. Those exemptions require further action from this board to pass regulations to specify what those tasks are. We have an agenda item coming up after this one to further that process. And as you heard Christine say at the outset of this agenda item, the board's position with respect to enforcement is to continue the course as far as allowing LVNs to perform these services in the way that they have prior to October 1st in those settings. Now, the LVNs outside of those settings are subject to the regulation that took effect, and that's going to be enforced. So I hope that helps a little bit. I understand if there's still a lot of confusion out there. This is a kind of complex, there's some complex history to it, and even today, there's a lot of pieces kind of still landing in place. I understand if it's still a bit unsettling as to where we are, but I hope that the message is clear that this board is doing everything it can. It's definitely hearing the comments and the concerns and the impact that this is having, and it's doing everything it can to mitigate the impact and meanwhile do its job of protecting the public in the way that it sees. Another caution I just want to give is while this board can do what it can to address what's within its purview, we are not, I should say, this board is not in control of every aspect of regulation that touches on LVNs in this space. So for example, there's, Medi-Cal, which this board doesn't have any control over. We are a separate and distinct board from the BVNPT. So this board is doing what it can, but just wanted to clarify that it's not the only entity that's got some stake in this. And so for the folks out there, you would probably do well, especially the facilities and associations, to have your own legal counsels advising you. With that, also, I did want to introduce you actually have two attorneys here today, myself. Our regulatory counsel, DP Miller, is with us on the WebEx. So I did want to take a moment and introduce DP, and I believe she's on the panel on WebEx, and have her add anything she'd like, as well as just recap where we are with the motion and any steps that would kind of follow from here. So DP?
Thank you, Reza. Can you hear me okay, Reza?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, so as Reza said, I am regulatory counsel for the board. And as I was listening to comments, I just wanted to clarify the motion that's currently on the table with regards to the basic tasks and services regulation 1399.365. The proposal being discussed is to amend the basic tasks and services regulation to add language to what already exists that would make clear that the regulation only applies to the non-exempt settings. So in other words, for example, it wouldn't apply to the home health or the home and community-based settings that have statutory exemptions. As Reza just said, the basic tasks and services reg would continue and will continue to be in effect with respect to all other non-exempt settings. Reza also mentioned, or rather board member with the motion to schedule a subsequent meeting to make a finding of emergency. And I just wanted to clarify that that's necessary to proceed on an emergency rulemaking process. And what that is, it's a procedural mechanism that allows us to go forward with a regulation on a very fast-tracked basis. The reason that we're not finding an emergency today and looking at amended language today is to ensure that the motion for text approval is done according to the Open Meeting Act. This is so the body that reviews and approves the regulations, the Office of Administrative Law, doesn't have any procedural reason to disapprove. So we want to get that right. And, based on the concerns expressed since October 1st, the board seeks to make a finding of emergency. And we believe, based on OAL's definition of emergency under the emergency rulemaking framework, that we have that. So I just wanted to make that clear, introduce myself, and I thank you all for your comments, and I look forward to hearing the rest from WebEx. Thank you.
This is Reza. One other very specific thing I just wanted to address. One individual made a comment about the school site and SB 389 and this board doing what it needs to implement that. SB 389, the way I read it, does not require this board to take action to implement it, unlike the other subdivisions that we've been talking about, which task the board with identifying tasks and which have a specific implementation date. So when subdivision L gets added to section 3765, when that becomes law, it is effective law and it doesn't require this board to implement it, nor is there a future implementation date once that subdivision goes into effect. With that, I wanted to pause unless there's any questions from the board about kind of where we're at and where we're going and what DP and I had to say. We can go back to public comment.
Hi, this is Preeti Mehta, and I just wanted to, I'm just looking forward for the rest of the comments on WebEx and looking forward to our future meeting to help sort of, put this into action. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. Anyone else? Okay. Moderator, we're going to go ahead and proceed with public comments over WebEx. I just want to remind those that are going to comment, we definitely want to hear from you. We just ask for the interest of time and efficiency that you state something that we haven't heard before. If you have something to say that's been mentioned before, you can just say that you support that. Otherwise, we definitely want to hear your comments. And so we'll go ahead and proceed.
Can I make one more comment?
Of course.
Sorry, I apologize for the interruption. I just wanted to close the thought that I mentioned earlier. To be clear, Executive Officer Molina made a statement at the beginning regarding enforcement. I just kind of reiterated what she said about the board's enforcement. I do want to carve out a little bit of room in there, though, that this board has expressed in the past, and it maintains that if it were to receive a complaint of gross negligence or extreme incompetence or something like that, it would be this board's job to, investigate that. So by and large, we don't receive complaints of the LVNs doing this type of work, and we've heard lots of testimony about how it's being done safely. I don't think any of you would want us to sit on a complaint of somebody who was performing that type of service in a negligent manner. So just wanted to be clear that as far as the position on enforcement, the board's not tying its own hands with regard to complaints that seem to suggest a real problem involving gross negligence or something along those lines.
Mhm. Thank you. Moderator?
All right, our first public comment will be from Brad Mortensen. Brad, in a moment, you'll see a prompt to unmute yourself. You'll want to go ahead and click on that. It may appear at the bottom of your screen. And Brad, are you able to unmute yourself? All right, we'll give you, I'll send.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. We took like 4 times to get there.
Okay.
Thank you so much to the board. I'm Brad Mortensen. I'm a nursing home administrator. I actually work with a CCRC, which means we take care of people throughout their life. We're not just like a healthcare facility. We're really a community that stays with you from as you age. And so things like this actually touch not just on medical questions, they touch on quality of life and dignity and where our home is in our community. I think we've heard some of that from some of the folks in the disability community. Very similar issues. The other thing I'll touch on is when I first became aware of this, I looked at it and it struck me as something a bunch of really smart people that are experts on one particular aspect of healthcare came up with something that sounded really reasonable in a meeting. But unfortunately, the one-size-fits-all implementation is impacting all sorts of different things that were probably never anticipated. What I can tell you is for the SNF world, we were taken by surprise by this. This does not fit how we are, not just how the money comes from Medi-Cal, and I'm sensitive that there's things you can't control. It touches on the very role of LVNs for decades. As I went through and first became aware of this, I looked at where was the reasoning behind this. I get the regulatory side, but the board actually never really made a compelling case as far as putting our residents in danger. I do know there's probably anecdotal evidence, but I saw no statistics saying that outcomes would be better if they were through an RCP as opposed to an LVN in our context. I get the thorniness, I get the open nature of this. It seems like a much easier way to do this would have been to come up with appropriate training for LVNs and not try to re-engineer all these healthcare environments, which are impacting real people. This isn't just theory with us as professionals sitting around over a coffee and talking about it. It's real lives and real people. I have my own eyes seen LVNs save lives that we would not have had the time to grab or pull in someone or have to send someone out to an emergency situation because things happen fast in healthcare. We are, along with all the facilities, struggling to figure out how to comply with this burdensome requirement. We are not required to have 24/7 RNs, and we rely heavily on LVNs. They're respected. Unfortunately, what I see in this is yet another devaluation of the role of LVNs. And I think we heard that from some of the LVNs and LVN students or people talking about training of new LVNs. So here's what I'm asking. Clearly, there's more going on here than the board meant when this thing was first rolled out. I think we've talked about an emergency delay for
30 seconds.
The exempt folks, and I think you got to include the non-exempt folks like skilled nursing in there too. We have just as much complexity as the home health folks, and this clearly is not meeting how we can best meet the needs of our residents. I appreciate all your work on this, but again, please exempt us from this, get this sorted better, and let's
3
let's
minutes
figure
are
out
up.
how to do
I'm
it right.
sorry.
Thank you for your comments, Brad.
Next, we have Cheryl Arnold. And Cheryl, you should see a prompt to unmute. Go ahead and click on that.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Cheryl Arnold. I'm a registered nurse, and I serve as the Corporate Director of Nursing for the Institute of Technology's California Campus's vocational nursing programs. Nursing supports patients and their families, but today I'm going to come to you and I want to speak to those families from a nursing educator perspective. Licensed vocational nurses receive comprehensive education and clinical training that includes foundational respiratory care skills. They are well prepared to perform procedures such as suctioning, oxygen administration, and airway management in all settings. These are not peripheral tasks. They are common core components of bedside care, and LVNs are trained to execute them safely and effectively. But this will not be the case if they are unable to hone these skills in their school clinical settings of long-term care and acute care. This proposal introduces a troubling inconsistency. If LVNs in school settings or home health environments are permitted to perform these tasks, then it must be within the scope for all LVNs and in their training, regardless of their practice setting. Scope of practice is determined by licensure and training, not by location. We do not and should not segment scope based on specialty or setting. This is not to say we cannot regulate additional training for more acute settings with cooperation from the nursing board. Equally concerning to me, and I understand how we got here, but equally concerning to me is the matter of jurisdiction and process. Without going too far into that, the nursing board should have been more involved in this. Healthcare is a collaborative effort. Restricting LVNs from using their full skill set doesn't just limit them, it limits their entire care team. We should be fostering collaboration, not drawing arbitrary lines that prevent qualified professionals from contributing meaningfully to patient care. Every member of the team has a role, and LVNs are no exception. Now let's talk about what matters most, patient safety. And I agree that this board had good intentions here. However, in urgent situations, waiting for the respiratory therapist to
30
arrive
seconds.
and perform suctioning can be dangerous, even life-threatening. LVNs are the first responders at the bedside. Delaying intervention not only compromises safety, it contradicts the very principles of timely, effective care that we strive to uphold. As patient advocates, we cannot allow this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sarah.
Next, we have Grant Edelstone. Grant, if you see a prompt to unmute, go ahead and click on it.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Grant Edelstone. Thank you for the time. I'm with Front Porch Communities and Services. We're a not-for-profit provider of CCRCs, residential care facilities for the elderly, and skilled nursing. I serve as the Senior Director of Regulatory and Licensing. I'm also a licensed nursing home administrator and certified residential care facility administrator. I just want to echo some of the previous comments, mainly that our residents consider that they're living in their home in our communities. They don't have anywhere else to live. They are going through the continuum of care in many cases. Where we have LVNs in the RCFE and sometimes RNs, they're also known as appropriately skilled professionals in the regulations. They help provide care to meet our residents' incidental medical needs. In our skilled nursing, it's mostly LVNs. We're only required to have an RN on duty on the day shift, and the rest of the time, the other shifts, it's LVNs. In both settings, if a resident has a change of condition, the LVN will notify the attending physician and obtain any orders. And this often could be the initial setup of oxygen via a nasal cannula or concentrator, or maybe adjusting the oxygen liter flow or concentration. It might be performing oral or oropharyngeal suctioning, less often endotracheal suctioning. It might involve a CPAP or BiPAP if that's what the doctor wants to avoid having to transfer the resident out. In these situations, if we don't have an RN on duty or available and the resident needs these basic tasks, then the LVN has no choice but to call 911, have the resident sent to the hospital. Otherwise, that would delay care and wouldn't meet the resident's needs. They wouldn't be able to carry out the doctor's orders like they have for many years. So to reduce the unnecessary discharge of residents to the hospitals and meet the residents' needs, I would hope you please consider clarifying that LVNs may perform these basic respiratory tasks in a residential care facility or skilled nursing facility. And like the previous speaker said, should it really matter what setting they're in versus, their training and skills? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grant, for your comments.
All right, next we have Tina Neal. Tina, if you see a prompt to unmute, go ahead and click on it. All right, Tina Neal, I'll send you that prompt again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tina Neal. I have a 15-year-old daughter named Layla who requires continuous medical support. And bear with me, I'm not a public speaker, but the emotions come from it being so personal to us as a family. But Layla, she needs suctioning approximately 4 to 5 times per hour. She's unable to clear her own secretions and airways. She goes to school during the week, and there's LVNs that accompany her on the bus to make sure she doesn't aspirate. During the school day, she is cared by 2 LVNs in her classroom who also manage her suctioning and other medical needs. And in addition to that, she goes to Loretta's Little Miracles. It's a PDCH program where LVNs are also providing suctioning throughout the day to clear her airways and do oral hygiene for my little miracle. She's been there for 15 years, and with the help of Loretta's Little Miracles, we've been able to maintain some kind of normalcy in our life. Respectfully, we're asking the board to suspend 1399.365, as enforcing it would be detrimental to Layla and kids and adults like her, their physical and mental health. Without this support, she'd no longer be able to attend the daycare facility, which are vital to her social engagement, therapy progress, and overall well-being. These programs provide her with opportunities for interaction, physical and occupational therapy, and a sense of inclusion. Her participation in these programs allow us, as her parents, the necessary respite to recharge and continue providing the care that she deserves at home. So enforcing this, what I would personally think would not protect patient safety and community-based care. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, for your time and consideration, and just understanding the impact that this decision would have on
30
our
seconds.
family. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Any comments?
All right, next we have someone who's signed in with the number 2494-423-7031. You should see a prompt to unmute. All right, we'll send the prompt to unmute again. Again, this is going to the number 2494-423-7031. You should see a prompt to unmute. All right, we'll take the next comment, and then if that person wants to work on their audio, they can raise their hand again and we'll come back to them. So next we have Oh, I can hear you.
Hi. So, thank you for waiting for me to get that corrected. My name is Terry Milburn. I'm an LVN. I went through the process with the state to become an individual nurse provider for billing Medi-Cal directly for billing purposes regarding my grandchild. My grandchild was born at UC Davis and 2 weeks later transferred to Stanford for some heart complications and other things. During her 8-month stay, my daughter stayed by her side daily, 10 hours a day, caring for her, learning from doctors, changing of meds, many things that she came home with. She, while there, was had to be put on a vent and a trach. And Stanford staff, in order for her to come home safely, had to make sure that her caregivers, her parents, and I were trained by them, by their respiratory staff. We had to demonstrate care, trach ties, understanding and responding to alarms, and going through some emergency scenarios that were thrown at us before getting signed off on doing that, as well as routine trach changes. Since she has been home, which has been almost a year, she has not had one emergency. I am her only nurse 7 days a week, unless they're out of town at procedures or appointments. She has better care at home than she did in the hospital. During a short hospitalization, a veteran respiratory therapist of 25 years, alongside my daughter, doing a routine trach change, he failed my granddaughter, and CPR and first aid had to be initiated because he did not connect her to the ventilator fast enough and he froze. That is a 25-year respiratory therapist experience at a high level teaching hospital. I ask that an emergency patient exemption for LVNs in the home setting. I reside with them.
30
She is
seconds.
thriving. Thank you. She is thriving and receives the best care. The websites on the Respiratory Care Board and the LVN board is kind of basic. I still question what I'm allowed to do. So my daughter's woken up to do the trach suctioning until I'm clear on what I'm allowed to do. And I hear you say that in the home setting, that LVNs are still currently allowed to do that.
I'm sorry, 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Terry, for your comments.
Our next comment is from Jen Badger, RN, FNRC. And Jen Badger, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Jen Badger, I'm going to send you the
Can
prompt
you
to
hear me
unmute.
now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, hi. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a health program administrator at Far Northern Regional Center. If you are not familiar with the regional center system, we provide services and coordinate care for individuals with developmental disabilities. And I will just add, because I know you want to hear something you haven't heard before. I will say that I can echo the comments of everyone who's talked today. Especially, and I didn't get the name, but the individual who talked more about that a better strategy would be to improve education for LVNs on respiratory care rather than limit what LVNs can do, especially since they've been performing these tasks for many years. So, essentially we're taking that away. But what I wanted to point out was specific to the verbiage in, let me see what number are we on, 1399.365. So for that one, when it talks about the basic respiratory tasks and services that do not or are not included in an LVN's scope, I really feel like this. I think, again, to echo what a previous person said, that working with the nursing board would have been really helpful, because the use of the term assessment and evaluation of observed and gathered data from chest auscultation or pre-treatment or post-treatment assessment. Assessment and evaluation are critical parts of the nursing process that every nurse is educated on. It's like the core of what nurses do. So to take away their ability to assess or to make decisions based on what they assess is really at the core of what a nurse should be doing. So I just want to point that out, but also it mentions pre-oxygenation prior to treatment, such as suctioning. I don't understand why that would be limited. I also don't understand why they are not to adjust the oxygen flow if
30
an
seconds.
individual is possibly in distress, etc. But then to change gears, just on your list of approved exemptions, I'll point out that you don't have included the other community care licensed facilities, such as adult residential facilities for persons with special health care needs, and RCFEs. And those are all facilities where we have clients who require some.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you for coming, Jen.
Our next comment is from Leron Hever. And Leron, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Leron.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you guys for taking the time. I want to first commend Charlotte for her courage to get up and speak. That was really inspiring. I am the administrator for Topanga Terrace Subacute and Rehabilitation in the San Fernando Valley in Southern California. I've been here for 10 years. I'm also the administrator for Congruent Living on the same campus. We have been providing subacute care for over 30 years. We've been a SNF for approaching 60 years in a few years. LVNs have been the centerpiece of our respiratory care program. They've partnered with our RTs and our RNs in the building to provide outstanding respiratory care. Just as others said, when we received notice of this change, it was relatively hard to digest just because I can tell you from my perspective, I didn't understand the motivation. At the centerpiece of patient care is patient safety. A lot of what changes in the Medicare medical field, in the healthcare industry, is oftentimes evidence-based. When you review studies, whether it's through NCBI or JAMA or other medical networks that do medical research, it's all evidence-based. And every time there's some type of recommendation for a different approach in delivering care, there's data to support that change. We've struggled to find reasoning for this change. We've reviewed the BVNPT's amendments that they submitted to the Respiratory Care Board. And it appears that they requested amended changes that are consistent with the LVN scope of practice that has existed historically for, I think, something around 30 years or 30 plus years. The respiratory care tasks that LVNs have been providing in our building include suctioning, intercannula changes, specifically for tracheostomy-dependent patients, and it excludes ventilator-dependent patients. It's always been driven by RTs or RNs in our building. And so we struggle accepting this change, though we know that we have to, and we have, effective October
30
1st, we made
seconds.
the necessary changes to comply with this. But if it's safe for an LVN to provide respiratory care beyond what's listed as basic respiratory care task currently in a home care based setting, I don't understand the safety risk in a long-term care setting. So I'd appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, the next comment is from Becky Joseph. Becky, when you see a prompt to unmute, go ahead and click on it. All right, Becky Joseph. Okay, it looks like she actually logged off. So we will go to Carol Wolf. Carol, go ahead and click on the prompt to unmute. All right, Carol Wolf, I'll send you the prompt to unmute again. All right, Carol, if you're having difficulty with audio, go ahead and raise your hand to get back in the queue and we can come back to you. Next, we have Kara Martinez. Kara, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Kara Martinez, mother to Brooklyn, age 13, who relies on life-sustaining respiratory care on a daily basis. I would like to echo all previous comments from all parents and medical professionals here today. My family is fortunate enough not only to have private duty nursing, but who provides care in our home and at school, but also access to a community-based respite program called Ridgeline Pediatrics of Reading. Because of these programs and LVNs who are employed with them, myself and my husband are granted much needed breaks from the extensive medical tasks that our daughter requires on a daily basis. Sorry, excuse me. Both of these programs are now at risk due to the CCR 1399-365. We are already an underserved population here in far northern California with minimal access to necessary healthcare as is. Taking away what access we do have could cause detrimental harm to this already vulnerable population. It has the potential to cause excessive caregiver burnout that would include extreme physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion by parents and caregivers, in turn leading to possibly improper care of these already medically complex children. An immediate exemption for these LVNs is completely necessary to continue keeping these individuals in their homes respectively. Thank you for your time on this matter.
All
Thank
right.
you for your comments.
Next, we have Jessica Franklin. Jessica, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jessica Franklin. I also have a 15-year-old son who is medically fragile, who attends the Ridgeline Pediatric Program in Reading. I just wanted to reiterate everything that everybody has said, but also give you a perspective of what happens when we are unable to access LVN tasks. In 2020, as a single mother, I uprooted my 2 children from another state where we did not have access to these things. And at that time, he was struggling to attend school. His health was declining rapidly. And I had no respite care due to access. We have a shortage nationwide of caregivers and qualified nursing and other staff that provides care to our medically fragile children. And even more so in rural areas. You know, Reading is much smaller, so access to those people are in high need. And my own health was declining without these care. Having Ridgeline and our home health nursing has allowed my son to safely attend school and community-based activities that we did not do prior to having these in another state. So I urge you guys to please appreciate the safety that the board is providing, but also be more specific and not to take these much needed services from our children, because we're already fighting for services as is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jessica.
Next, we have Stacy. Stacy, when you see a prompt to unmute, go ahead and click on it.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Stacy Sullivan. I'm the president of the Developmental Services Network, a California trade association dedicated exclusively to providers of intermediate care facilities offering community-based services to individuals with intellectual disabilities. These homes fall into 2 categories, ICF-DDH habilitative and ICF-DDN nursing. They are licensed by the California Department of Public Health and operate under contracts with Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Many of these homes have been serving individuals with intellectual disabilities since the mid-'80s and early '90s. In addition to my role with DSN, I serve as the executive director of Mountain Shadows, a Southern California provider operating 16 ICF-DDH homes and 9 ICF-DDN homes for over 35 years. The N homes are required to provide 8 hours of daily LVN care services to our residents, which is essential for the type of care individuals need. After hearing what the board said this morning, I will use my time only to request that the ICF-DDN category remain specifically exempt from the regulation changes and be included in any emergency regulations that are adopted. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, next we have Miriam Voskanyan. Miriam, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you to the board for the opportunity for public comment, and to Ms. Molina for diligently answering all our emails and questions that have gone out to her. My name is Miriam Voskanyan. I'm a owner of a 16-bed congregate living health facility. I want to respectfully ask the board to reconsider the exemption of CLIF facilities less than 6 beds, and instead consider an exemption for facilities with less than 6 respiratory patients in their facilities. The reason for this ask is because most CLIF facilities that are greater than 6 beds have less than 6 respiratory patients most of the time. And I know this because I'm also the president of the Congregate Living Health Facility Association, and I work closely with a lot of our members, and a lot of our members do have facilities that are greater than 6 beds. I also want to make a comment and add that, in my opinion, limiting the LVN scope of practice is putting patient lives at risk. The LVN board should not limit, but work on expanding the LVN role safely and lawfully in order to facilitate patient safety. That's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Tiffany Bullock. Tiffany, go ahead and click on the prompt to unmute. All right, Tiffany Bullock, I'll send you the prompt one more time. All right, Tiffany, if you are having trouble with audio, but you still want to speak, go ahead and raise your hand so you can
hear me?
get back. Oh, yes, now we can. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. This is Tiffany Bullock. I'm an RN and I'm a director at Kauai Health Home Health. I oversee LVNs who provide care in the home setting to children and adults who are medically fragile, much in line with the exact type of people that have been mentioned by the other speakers. I want to steadfastly echo all the comments of all the public speakers to this point. I want to especially address the one from the mother who had the picture of her son who is ventilator dependent. She asked the board about what will be available to ensure the safety of her son tonight as he sleeps. I do want to thank the board for taking the emergent action to help this mother by clarifying the exception for home health and home-based care. It is also understood about the board's approach on enforcement. Unfortunately, this does little to reassure many of the LVNs who are concerned about operating outside of their scope, as well as many compliance officers who are working to ensure they're not in defiance of regulations that went into place on October 1st of 2025. Legal counsel has attempted to clarify the next step on this in the form of acting on the motion that's before the board at the next meeting, as well as emergency regulations. Perhaps if there could be even further clarification by legal counsel on what would be the anticipated time frame for something such as this, particularly for all the patients and for those mothers especially who are concerned today about their child's safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Our next commenter is Meg Gelville-son. So Meg, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the board for the opportunity to speak to you. I am a registered nurse and a licensed nursing home administrator. And prior to becoming an RN, I was an LVN for 7 years. I've worked in skilled nursing facilities for over 40 years, and I know firsthand the skills, training, and capability of the LVNs. I echo Brian Mortenson's comments about where was the harm that was occurring before making these sweeping and long-reaching regulations. And we were also taken by surprise with all this. You mentioned that you had lots of stakeholder involvement, and I don't know that we were involved at all. And I also echo Cheryl Arnold's comments. Not allowing the LVNs to take care of patients they have been competently taken care of for many years will result in this care being provided in an acute care hospital at a much greater cost and potentially meaning there are no acute beds for those patients who truly need them. I want to echo the nurse who said that the first things we are trained on is the ABCs, the first 2 letters being airway and breathing. And airway and breathing are not limited to what respiratory therapists can do. It is not practical for an LVN to wait for an RN or a respiratory care therapist or even a paramedic to perform certain tasks and would put patients' lives at risk. And we all know that we have a mere few minutes to act before death can occur. These tasks were being performed on September 30th competently, and now on October 1st, they are not allowed. Not allowing LVNs to perform the tasks that they have been performing and have been trained for will cause unnecessary discharges of patients back to the acute hospitals when the patients really don't require that level of care, and it will result in care being delayed due to the lack of staff. I don't understand why your proposal to suspend the regulations for home and community-based locations don't include all locations. Why would an LVN in the home care setting be allowed to do something that an LVN in the skilled nursing facility would not be allowed to perform? I ask that you add all locations in your proposal to suspend these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg.
Next, we have Keith. Keith, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Meg, you just said about everything I would have said. This has been a productive call. I am a Chief Operating Officer at Hillcrest, located in Laverne. Like Brad and Grant, we are a multi-level independent living, assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing. This would have tremendous impact. Think about it. This is their home. You've heard that already. They moved here and they were able to put on their own CPAP machine that was prescribed to them by a doctor. Now they need a little bit more assistance and they're going to move to assisted living. Oh, we're going to say you have to go to skilled nursing because the LVN that we have in assisted living is not allowed to assist with that. How does that set with that resident and the commitment we made to meet their needs for the remainder of their life? We've talked a lot about exceptions, or we haven't talked about, we've heard a lot about exceptions. My goal as a leader has always been, when something comes up, to figure out the yes. And that yes needs to be something that works throughout the community, throughout the organization, throughout the industry. If you can't get to that yes, then you're managing by exception and you're always going to get bit by exceptions. I can't ask you to consider enough removing the exceptions. An LVN is an LVN. They didn't go to school and graduate with different degrees. They all took the same NCLEX to become an LVN. So managing this by exception creates confusion and sets the stage for disaster. A lot of my LVNs work here in skilled nursing. They turn around and they go pick up shifts in daycare centers. Some of them work as school nurses. Others are out being private duty. When are they going to get confused? They can do this here, but they can't do it there. That RN that spoke about the ABCs, she challenged you to consider, who you would want to trust, who you would care for your care. If something happened right now in that room, around the board's panel or in the audience of respiratory nature, do you want those LVNs to say, it's not the right environment, I can't help you? You're going to call 911, they're going to show up, but be careful. The EMT that's in that ambulance, it took them 6 months to get through that program. However, it was confirmed by Katie Pitt. There is an exception. That EMT, who's somewhere between a CNA, a certified nursing assistant, and an LVN,
30 seconds.
will be able to provide the respiratory care. Do you want the licensed nurse, or do you want that person starting your care? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Jax Turner. Jax Turner, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, this is the moderator, Jax Turner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting our comments, and I echo prior sentiments that I wish we would have had the opportunity to have brought forward our concerns before these requirements went into effect. I've been in the nursing home industry for over 30 years, and I couldn't disagree more with early sentiments suggesting that our industry has executed these new rules without any extraordinary issues or challenges. Many of our patients in our setting require BiPAP, CPAP, oxygen titration, suctioning, and an adjustment of their flow rates due to complex conditions. And when we limit these tasks to only 2 RNs, it means that fewer staff are legally eligible to perform them. Historically, LVNs have made up a majority of our daily staffing, especially during overnight shifts and buildings that are smaller in census capacity. We generally have limited RNs on shift to begin with, mainly due to prior concerns expressed about staffing shortages. We also have budgetary constraints because we do not get the same reimbursement that hospitals get, and we certainly don't have a limited application of RNs to pull from. So the inability of our staff to act quickly on oxygen delivery, adjusting oxygen or suctioning, will delay critical provisions of care. It will compromise resident safety and lead to adverse outcomes, which will include unnecessary and preventable acute care transfers. It was expressed earlier by someone that not all nursing homes require or have a requirement for the 24-hour coverage. but I will say those of them that do often will only have one RN on shift. So it doesn't necessarily mean that RN will be readily available on any given floor or on any given unit when an immediate patient need presents. So the notion that we would have any patient in our setting that would have to experience additional moments of dyspnea or respiratory distress, additional moments of having an obstructive airway, or unrelieved chest pain that can easily be alleviated by the simple application of oxygen or by immediate
30
sedation
seconds.
is inhumane and unconscionable. We ask for nursing homes to be an exception because these restrictions conflict with our operational history. We are willing to establish training and competency programs to make sure that there's a safe delivery of care. But again, we need an exception to these rules for nursing homes. We need additional guidance from CDPH, interpretive guidance that will consider residents' rights, industry challenges, and the necessary flexibility that our industry needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jax.
Next, we have Wally Brazil. Wally, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Wally Brazil, I'll send you another prompt to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Wally Brazil. I'm a registered nurse and a respiratory care practitioner, and I do echo all the statements from the previous speakers. Since 2008, I've been a nurse respiratory consultant with Elwyn and Mentor Care Homes, Center for Synergy and Independence, and Open House Day Center. During this time, I've teamed with many amazing RNs and administrators to provide supervision, training, competencies, and documentation criteria to help and support many LVNs provide outstanding basic respiratory care to our clients. These regulations, as we've all mentioned, will have detrimental effects on these facilities to provide effective care for our clients. During the time that I've had the honor and privilege to work with these amazing clients and LVNs, I can say confidently that the LVNs with the training and everything in place can provide amazing care for these clients. Thank you for your consideration, and have a good day.
Thank you, Wally, for your comments.
Next, we have Lupe M. Lupe, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Lupe, I'm going to send you another prompt to unmute. All right, Lupe M, if you still would like to comment, go ahead and raise your hand so you can get back in line, and we'll give you a moment. We'll just go on to the next commenter. Next, we have Amber King. Amber, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hi, this is Amber King with Leading Edge California, representing nonprofit providers of care, services, and housing for older adults, including continuing care retirement communities, skilled nursing facilities, residential care facilities for the elderly, and home and community-based services providers. We echo the comments made by the California Association of Health Facilities and others that you've heard today. And as you've also heard, these regulations will additionally negatively impact assisted living communities in the same way as skilled nursing facilities. The skilled nursing facilities and assisting living communities often do not have an RN available 24/7 and rely heavily on RNs to provide respiratory care. As you've heard from many of our members today, these regulations will cause them to limit or eliminate their ability to accept new residents and will require existing residents to be transported to the emergency department for basic respiratory care services when the appropriate staff is unavailable. In addition, we believe that the scope of practice for LVNs should apply across all settings and should not be segregated out. We urge you to pause implementation and consider how this regulation will impact access across the continuum of care and the state's growing older adult population. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
Next, we have Sacramento Post-Acute. Sacramento Post-Acute, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Moderator, while they work on that, can I just ask, how many comments are you showing that we have in queue? Just to
Hold
gauge where
on.
we're at.
Yes, hold on. Looks like about 15 more. And with Sacramento Post-Acute, I'll send you that unmute request again. All right, Sacramento Post-Acute, go ahead and raise your hand if you would like to speak and you're just having audio issues. We'll come back to you. Next, we have Christian Schittstel. Christian, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Check, check.
Yep, we can hear you.
Awesome. Yeah, my name is Christian Schichtel. I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter, Amelia. She is a client of Ridgeline Pediatrics, which provides the care that we as parents can be confident in sending her to have our respite and just to know that she is okay. And she has a neurological disorder called Lee syndrome, which has a life expectancy of 5 years. And thankfully, my daughter's 5 years today and turning 6 soon. And we just want this care to be available for her as her condition progresses. And we want to have the confidence that she'll be okay at care facilities. And so we just ask for LVNs to have the freedom to provide the care that they've been trained for. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Marlena Montgomery. Marlena, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello, my name is Marlena Montgomery, and I'm the Chief Nursing Officer at Sharp Coronado in San Diego. I oversee a distinct part, 122-bed long-term care facility that includes subacute level of care. And I'm also here representing the Association of California Nurse Leaders as the current president. Long-term care facilities are the most important resource in the healthcare system continuum of care. Without this level of care, we cannot discharge patients safely from the hospital to ensure space for those waiting in our emergency departments. It becomes more and more challenging each year, many of you know this, to run a facility that is financially sustainable. This forced change to the model of care, particularly in subacute, will increase the annual cost of care at my facility by almost $1 million. This includes hiring of 9 additional registered nurses. This change will ensure my facility and many other facilities are no longer financially viable. We'll all be faced with challenging decisions at a time when healthcare, is increasingly challenging in California. We all regularly see facilities in our state closing, and the reimbursement has not changed. This math does not add up, and the quality data, particularly at my facility, does not support this change. I also have not seen this board submit quality data that should cause us concern. I strongly recommend and request that the long-term care facilities be included in the exemption being discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Andre. Andre, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hi, my name is Andre Bagramian. I am a registered nurse and I'm also what's called an individual nurse provider. There have been some commentaries and the previous speakers that have noted to this. If the board is going to take the position to exempt the home health or exclude them in the respiratory care tasks, we ask that independent nurse providers or individual nurse providers be excluded from this as well. I have a small business that supports these individual nurses, and it would be a detriment to these patients that require LVNs to provide these respiratory care tasks. And Medi-Cal is the primary source, or Medicaid is the primary source of payer for these recipients of these cares in the home health setting, and they will not reimburse for a two-person or two provider to one patient. It would be impossible, and I don't believe that there are even enough respiratory care therapists that would be able to provide this care to these patients. There's a very large volume of patients that exist in this setting. We ask that you please include the individual nurse providers as well. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
next
you for your comments.
next we have Raquel Arden. Raquel, you should see prompt to unmute.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Raquel Arden, and I'm a respiratory care therapist, and I'm also the Vice President of Regulatory Compliance for Tole Kids Rehab Hospital. I've been with this facility for over 30 years, and we are a general acute care hospital with a DP SNP, which is also a pediatric subacute facility. And we also have an ICF DDN on our campus. I echo all the previous comments that were made by all the presenters, and I just have a couple of exceptions that could be done and clarification. The one is if we can exempt the ICF DDN from this rule. And the other one is if we can reconsider, since you can't make a change to the law, if you can take in consideration the suctioning requirement and modify that to require a certification or competencies that can be provided by the respiratory care practitioner or an RN. This would coincide with what we have now in pediatric subacute facility, where all nurses coming into the facility, if they do not have experience, have to attend a 40 hours preceptorship. And then within 2 years, they have to maintain 15 CEUs in critical care of the child. If that can maybe somehow be ruled out to all long facilities in the SNFs, that we can try to make that exception. I know we're all here for patient safety, and we've really worked hard with the LVNs and providing education, and so we can work together in providing that to the patients that we serve. And then the clarification I would like to have is in reading the rule, it says about endotracheal and nasal suctioning, but it did not say oral suctioning. And we've been seeing in the Q&As that oral suctioning is also included. And this has been a shared task with LVNs and also CNAs in providing oral care. So I would like to get clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel.
All right, next we have a call-in person with the number 8187 and then ending in 91. So 8187 ending in 91, you should see a prompt to unmute. That would be *3. Or I'm sorry, *6.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to talk to the board. I'm a mother of a 30-year-old who has had a trach since he was 1, and he's been taken care of by an LVN all these years, almost 28 and a half years, because he was in the hospital for the first year and a half. So in 28 and a half years, he's been taken care of by an LVN. And to be honest, I really don't understand this regulation. I'm sure it was meant for patient safety, but the way as a parent I see it, it's doing the reverse. The LVN needs to be able to suction my child. and it's impossible for an respiratory therapist to be called on to come in, or an RN to come in several times a day for this child to be suctioned. I know I'm echoing the caregivers and other parents, but this is really, really important for families. If some justification, there's no justification for this as far as I'm concerned. You're forcing families to institutionalize their children because the work that LVNs have been able to perform for years. I know, like I said, in my case, it's 28 and a half years. If they can't perform it, then would my son need to be institutionalized, taken away from his family, his home that he has known all these years? Please reconsider. And I still am not clear as what the LVN can do and cannot do tonight, like the other parent mentioned. And if you're going to have an emergency meeting to reconsider, when would that be and how long would that take? And what do parents do in the meantime? Please address my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right. Next, we have Dan Okenfuss. Dan Okenfuss, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Dan Okenfuss, I'll send you another prompt to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Okenfuss. I'm the Public Policy Manager for the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers, CFILC. We're headquartered here in Sacramento, and we are a statewide membership association made up of 24 other independent living centers that prioritize inclusion, access, and equity to ensure that disabled people have the option to live independently in the community. We serve all of California's counties, assisting more than 150,000 people with disabilities annually. And the concerns we have is a number of our consumers have respiratory care issues, or whether health issues, whether they have a tracheotomy, using a ventilator, using any other sort of breathing machines like CPAP, BiPAP, or on oxygen, or just ongoing care related to breathing. What we're discussing today is a problem for disabled people because home health agencies, group homes, and day programs are staffed almost entirely by LVNs. And we're just concerned about, there's no plan what happens for disabled people if facilities decide to stop taking care of patients who need these types of respiratory care that are regulated by this set of rules. We also want to make sure the board is aware that, disabled people are at substantial risk of institutionalization in the most restrictive settings in order to access care, and may be forced to move hundreds of miles away from their current stable homes, or risk if they lose access to care at home or loss of access to caregivers. There's already a caregiver shortage out there, and LVNs are a huge part of that pool of home care aides that we rely on. So we urge the board to prioritize keeping disabled people safe and cared for in the places they currently live. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Pat Blaisdell. Pat Blaisdell, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Pat Blaisdell, I'm going to send you another second request to unmute. All right, Pat, if you're still with us and want to go. Oh, there you, it looks like you're unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, complex process. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
This is Pat Blaisdell from the California Hospital Association, representing nearly 400 acute care hospitals, many of whom operate skilled nursing facilities and subacute care units. I'm pleased that some of our member organizations are represented today so well by some of the clinicians that serve in those areas. I want to align CHA with many of the comments that have previously been made regarding the critical role of LVNs in the provision of safe and timely, effective care in all settings. As you've also heard, our hospitals are particularly concerned about how this will affect access to care across the full continuum of care and the ability of persons with complex and chronic care needs and respiratory care needs to reside in the care setting of their choice and the one that is most appropriate to their needs, whether that is at a residential care setting or in their home setting. We are particularly concerned that post-acute care settings, skilled nursing facilities, subacute care units, home health providers will find it necessary to limit their admissions for patients who have these complex needs, leading to lengthy delays and lengthy, costly, and harmful delays in hospital discharge for these patients. Moreover, the inability to access care in these residential and home and community care settings will lead to unnecessary and traumatic transfers to the emergency department from the home setting of that patient or resident. It's critical that all stakeholders, patients and families, caregivers, providers at all levels of care, and all of the clinical disciplines that are involved in the interdisciplinary care team be involved in working through the challenges of the current regulations and how we can realign our work to meet the needs of all the patients and residents that we care for. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Heidi Gibson. Heidi Gibson, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Heidi Gibson. I'm an adoptive mother to 2 children that were both trach and vented. My 10-year-old has been off the vent and decannulated several years ago, and I'm happy to say now that he maybe uses an inhaler once a year. My younger baby is almost 3 due to craniofacial deformities. She has a trach, uses a vent at night, and is otherwise developing pretty well. Living a great life with the help of our INP LVNs. I'm immediately concerned about you taking away the ability of the LVNs to perform her respiratory care in the home right now. But if in the future she ever were to have to go into a facility for some reason, I hope that never happens, but if it did, I would hate for her to have to wait for a respiratory therapist to come from the other side of the building to come over and suction her. And I just really want to urge you to try to get this taken care of before January. And that's all I have to say. I hope you can make this right.
Thank you, Heidi, for your comments.
Next, we have call-in user 8182 ending in 90, and you should see a prompt to unmute. That would be *6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Vivian. I'm a director of a congregate living health facility. We have 6 trach patients, with 3 of them on ventilators. I echo all the comments that I've heard, but I would like to address our immediate needs. You mentioned code 3765, which allows the exemption for the human and community-based settings. I want to know, does this mean we can continue to follow the code since the board is not pursuing enforcement on the new regulations until the options are looked at? So that's the question. We cannot sustain the additional 24/7 RNs and RTs that we've been putting in place when the regulation started. We've already had conversations with our patients' families, regional center and Medi-Cal, and we decided that based upon what we learned from today's board meeting, a decision is going to have to be made if they can continue to stay in the home or if they're going to have to be discharged into a skilled nursing facility or another subacute facility. This will be quite heartbreaking to have them discharged because this is their home, and some of them have been with us for more than 10 years. So we would like to have a clarification on this code. Are we exempt? Can the LVNs continue doing this until the emergency board meeting? Because we cannot sustain the financial burden until the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next public comment is from Carly Gastineau. Carly Gastineau, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just want to echo, especially the Together We Grow individuals that have spoken at, sorry, I'm like words from mouth. I'm an individual and I receive, I go to a daycare facility and it's affecting my own care. And it's very frustrating and I my family needs the respite care, needs the care. I need the care as an LVN level. Or sorry, I'm not saying that I'm an LVN, I'm saying as LVNs that are out there. And I just really want to echo the comments of everyone, but especially um not residing, Together We Grow, because they're amazing and it's just I'm frustrated. So like I said, I just want to, it's it's even harder as a medically fragile child individual getting care in general, but to now have this stipulation is even harder to get the care that my fellow friends and I need to receive from LVNs and from even anywhere. So please please keep that in mind. And I just the families, and I'm not trying to repeat myself, but the families need the respite care. And yeah, that's all I want to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Carly.
Oh, I didn't want to leave.
All right, the next request for comment is Susan Escueda. Susan Escueda, you should see prompt to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes, my name is Susan Escueda. I speak on behalf of, as a former LVN. Also, I work as the per diem case manager for Loretta's Little Miracles, which is a pediatric day care facility for children with special needs who have, that are medically fragile. Layla Neal is one of those children that I also worked with in the special education LVN that rode on the bus with children with those type of medical needs. And I guess I'm just flabbergasted by where as an LVN student, I was trained. I had to be basically checked off, demonstrated my skills to a nursing instructor, also in the clinical site, also been a LVN nursing educator, and had to do the same thing, educated LVN students in a skills lab. They were checked off, and I also taught them and had them perform these skills in a subacute facility and also at Loretta's Little Miracles with medically fragile children. And I'm not sure like where, and we take as an RN, when I transitioned, when I did the 9-month bridge program from an LVN to an RN, I didn't really we did do like a one-time a trach care skills check off during my skills lab as an RN student, but it wasn't much in depth as it was as an LVN nursing student. So I'm just confused as to why this is being taken away from LVNs. I did this skill as a brand new LVN in a teaching hospital as in a step-down ICU unit as an LVN. I was suctioning trach patients for years, and I've done it in a subacute as an RN. I've done it as an LVN at Loretta's Little Miracles, And it's just confusing to me as to why this is being taken away from LVNs, why they have all of a sudden become deemed not licensed providers as they are. They take an NCLEX just as I took an NCLEX as an RN. And I just, as the per diem case manager at Loretta's Little Miracles, it hurts my heart that children like Layla can be affected, that they won't be able to come to Loretta's because they won't, because LVNs are being taken away from that skill's being taken away
30
from them.
seconds.
And I don't understand how we were doing this. I did this in a acute care facility. I've done it in a pediatric day facility. I've done it in a subacute, and my scope of practice, my skill is not different in any scope in whatever facility I'm in. Thank you for your time. And I think that that this should be taken into consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Moderator,
Yes.
the board is in need of a 10-minute break,
Okay.
so we'll
All
return in
right.
10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to resume our meeting. Katie, would you please call roll call again?
Mr. Magpapian,
Present.
Dr. Mehta,
Present.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Present.
Mr. Terry,
Present.
Vice President Hernandez,
Present.
President Guzman.
Present. Moderator, could we continue with public comments?
Yes. So our next comment is from Arlene of Mountain Shadows. Arlene, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Arlene with Mountain Shadows. I'll send you a second request.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So like she said, my name is Arlene. I represent Mountain Shadows Support Group. We operate intermediate care facilities for the developmentally disabled nursing, so ICF-DDNs, serving adults and children in San Diego and Riverside County. I echo many of the comments already shared, as well as those comments made by ICF-DDN providers. I just want to ensure that ICF-DDN settings are included in those exemptions that the board will be working on. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Reza, legal counsel. Real quick, moderator, if you could tell me again how many comments are queued.
Right now, 8.
Okay.
We have 8 more.
So I think the plan is to continue with public comment, and then hopefully we can get through these 8 before taking a lunch break. And then should it continue, extend beyond that, we may have to pause for lunch.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Cheryl Arnold. Cheryl, you should see prompt to unmute.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate all the facilities that are asking to make sure that they are in the exemptions. I completely understand that, but we need to back up here. As a nursing educator, if we are not allowed to train our LVN students at facilities that we go to a wide range of facilities, but mostly long-term care and acute care. We are not allowed for our students to hone these skills after they've been checked off in skills lab at the clinical sites. In a year or two, you won't have any LVNs that know how to do this in these exempt situations. There should be no exemptions. All LVNs should be able to train and perform these skills that that it should be within their scope of practice and have been for many years. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have a call-in number 6617 ending in 67. So 661767. I'll send you a prompt, and you can press *6 to unmute.
Hi there, my name is Monique Perez Flores. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the case manager and nursing supervisor for Loretta's Little Miracles, And just first of all want to say thank you for all the comments. They've been powerful and have really proven the grave ramifications of restricting the LVN scope of practice or care. As I look at this, I want to share on a micro level, first of all, and just acknowledge that Loretta's Little Miracles would not exist without our highly skilled and compassionate LVNs. They are an army of angels, really, who provide excellent care to just our sweet little patients every day. But on a macro level, I would like to share the serious problem of our current California RN nursing shortage. As of today, we have an RN nursing shortage of at least 36,000 nurses. And that grim projection is expected to rise to 44,000 nurses by 2030. Given this disturbing information, it is clear that we will need every LVN on board using every skill set that they have been trained to use to meet the staggering gap in the RN workforce. Therefore, we would serve our 39 million California citizens best by implementing an annual respiratory training and even certification if needed to strengthen our LVN workforce instead of weakening it. Everyone in this meeting, I believe, has the same goal: to provide excellent respiratory care to our patients statewide. What's important to remember is that in medical care, we don't provide services in silos. We do it together. Likewise, I'm encouraging the RBC to collaborate with the LVN and RN boards to establish the LVN scope of care that will enable them to continue providing the whole patient care and excellent respiratory services that they have done for decades. I thank you so much for everyone who is on this line, and to our parents and to those who are patients. Thank you dearly for speaking out. Our hearts are with you,
30
and
seconds.
we look forward to seeing this team of boards resolve this in the best way possible. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Marie.
Next, we have Lupe M. And Lupe, I know you tried before, so hopefully we can hear your audio this time. All right, Lupe, we'll try one more time. I'll give you a request to unmute. You should see something at the bottom of your computer or somewhere, a pop-up. All right, Lupe, there's one thing we can do is just turn on the chat real fast. If you're unable to do your audio, you can type your comment in the chat. We'll give you 3 minutes to type it. Okay, so she can access the chat, so we'll give her 3 minutes to type her response. Okay, so she has typed, I am the mother of a 22-year-old daughter that has benefited from having an LVN in our home. She has been a life savior to our family. She has taught us so many ways to help keep her in our home. And I'm giving Lupe the full 3 minutes, so I'm just waiting as she types. I am scared that the new law will take her away from us. Then she will have to be institutionalized. It's been a hard road, but having her live with us or having our LVN with us has been a blessing. Okay, 30 more seconds. Doctors gave our daughter 5 years to live. And she is 22 because of the care at home. Okay, Lupe, thank you. Your time is up. She just ended, but please let us keep her at home. All right,
Good
so
comments, Lupe.
okay, so the next comment is from Randy Coombs. Randy Coombs, you should see prompt to unmute. All right, Randy Coombs, I'm going to send you a second prompt to unmute. All right, Randy, go ahead and raise your hand again. If you're having difficulty with audio, we can come back to you and try the chat if... Oh, he raised his hand right away. So let's open the chat and give you a chance to type your response. All right, Randy Coombs, the chat is open. You'll have 3 minutes to type your response. And Randy Coombs, go ahead and type in the chat your response. Okay, he says, I echo comments from the LLM families and staff. If there's going to be an exemption, it should include everyone, not just homes. LVNs do the same job regardless of where they are. My son has received amazing care, and it gives my wife and I so much a my wife and I a much needed respite. Thank you. All right, so we'll close the chat again. Our next request for comment is from Robbie Leonard. Robbie, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is Robbie Leonard. I'm a patient that's been living in a congregate living facility since 2008 when I got my trach in to be ventilator because I'm ventilator dependent. And for all this time, I depend on LVNs to give me the correct skills with the ventilator suctioning with respiratory care. And if I was in a if I was in a bigger facility, it's difficult to get the urgent care that you need with suctioning because I can only breathe for 1 minute off of the ventilator. And that's why it's very important that the LVNs can respond in a timely manner. And because I depend on the LVNs every day to stay alive and for my long-term survival and health. And I just want there to be just to take into consideration that there's a lot of LVNs that depend that the patients depend on them for the respiratory care. And if you take that away from them, we'll have a very hard time finding the skilled nurses that we need and staff. So that's all I would like to say is I just want to make sure everyone knows how important it is that we have skilled LVNs in the respiratory care. And
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have CHAPCA, Sheila Clark. Sheila Clark, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself. All right, Sheila, I'm going to send you a second request to unmute. All right, Sheila, if you are having audio issues and would still like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand to get back in line. We'll go on to the next person, Mariah and LVN. So Mariah, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh.
Do we still have Mariah? You can go ahead with your comment.
Oh, can you hear me? No?
Yeah, yes, we
we can hear you.
can.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, so it's not gonna let me do it in the way I need to. Hold on, let me see if I can.
Mariah, we can hear you. Are you attempting to share some materials or something?
I can't tell if you still hear me. I'm trying to.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you. If you're seeing my thumb up, we can hear you. I don't know if she can hear us.
No, I'm trying to get it to my prompt. It's not letting me read the prompt.
Maybe if
Okay,
somebody
so
could
as
type
a
in.
nurse,
Go ahead.
I have been an LVN for over 5 years and in the healthcare for over 10. And in that time, I had had plenty of patients that had required some sort of respiratory task, whether it is suctioning, oxygen, or even a shake vest. As nurses, we are taught to do no harm. That is one of the first things we are taught along with our ABCs. By allowing or restricting the new regulation that we cannot be able to perform those respiratory tasks, we are now allowing the event to have harm be done. And with that being said, faced with any situation to where I can prevent my patient to not perish, I would rather be charged with going above my scope of practice and suctioning them and making sure they're breathing and making sure their airways and circulations are all good, rather than being charged with murder or neglect for not being able to prevent an incident where I could have done it instead of calling 911 and waiting for them to come by. I'd rather be charged to do no harm for my patient than to see them perish and then go see heaven. I don't want that. I've seen that so many times. I don't need that. And a lot of the parents and the families don't need that either. Lives are precious. Patient safety and comes first before anything else. That is all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chandra Kelly. Chandra, you should see a request to unmute.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I thank the previous speakers as well. I echo their sentiments and their comments wholeheartedly. I wanted to just talk a little bit about and I'm actually the administrator and managing member of Quality Home Health Agency in Ontario, California. So because of these new regulations for LVNs, and we're unable and have been unable to recruit RNs overnight, and because the respiratory care practitioner does not provide the skilled care that our LVNs do, several families have now been forced in the position of providing what the RCB classifies as advanced respiratory tasks. And they do that in order to keep their loved ones at home. Some homes have more than one patient. So just think of the workload that's going to be required of that family. Families are missing their works. They're jeopardizing their jobs. They're seeking family members and scrambling around to find people to help them assist in the respiratory care of their loved ones. And who's responsible? How are we going to be responsible for these patients and their care? And how do we know that these other people will be providing the care and the advanced respiratory tasks that the LVNs have previously been allowed to do? Who's going to provide these families relief? They've expressed to me that what are we going to do, Chandra? We're going to sit around all day and wait for our loved ones' time to be suctioned. The suctioning time is unpredictable in several cases. You know, they can't give oxygen. The nurses are not allowed to start oxygen. What if our patient desat? So now the family has to sit and wait and has to start that oxygen. And our LVNs are really confused as to why their hands are tied now. prohibiting them from providing care they've always known and that they provided for decades. Some of our nurses have been nurses for decades, and they provided vent care, trach care, circuit changes, oxygen care. They provided all of those, and now their hands are tied. So they're very confused, and we believe in training. We believe in training. We have competency on an annual
30
basis and as
seconds.
needed. And we also have our skills lab this week. Today is the last day of our skills week where our LVNs are exhibiting their competency in vent and trach care, suctioning, and everything like that. So this may not be the RCB's concern, but Medi-Cal nor private insurance has funded RNs or RT level of care for these patients. And as of October 1st of 2025, Medi-Cal nor private insurance has funded an exemption to increase our reimbursement for these added
I'm
tasks
sorry,
or
your
added
time
help.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra.
All right.
Moderator, before we move
Yes.
on, this is legal counsel again. Again, just a quick check. How many are in the queue?
Right now, 5.
Okay. Just in case we get any additional hands raised, I just want to get a handle on at what point we're gonna either pause or be done. The board needs to at some point go for a lunch break, and so maybe I'll ask the board president, do you want to take those 5 and then go to lunch and kind of determine at that point whether we need to return for more public comment or
Yeah, let's do the 5 and then we'll take a break.
All right. Okay, so next we have Tiffany Reeves, and Tiffany, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello?
We can
Hello.
hear you.
Hi. My name is Tiffany Rivas. I'm the Director of Staff Development for Vacaville Ranch Post-Acute. I am an LVN. I've been an LVN for 17 years. I first off want to echo the comments of those before me. Most of my career, I have worked in long-term care and SNF environments. I agree with everyone before me who said no exemptions. This needs to be within our scope of practice as it has been. Something that I have not heard mentioned yet today, I want to bring attention to. When new grad RNs pass their NCLEX, so frequently they begin their careers in skilled nursing or long-term care facilities. Get their 2 years experience prior to advancing to hospital settings. For 17 years, as the LVN, I've been the one to train and hone these skills with our new nurses, often with them having no actual experience in real life, especially since COVID. Some new nurses had no clinical hours whatsoever and did all their skills checks in sim labs and on dummies, not real life people. Just within this last week, I had an RN ask me to determine how to determine the difference between a CPAP and a BiPAP. Within this last week, I had an RN transfer a patient from a wheelchair to a bed. They turned on their concentrator. Within minutes, the patient was yelling for help. They were hypoxic. I entered the room. I assessed them. They were using accessory muscles. They were turning blue. Their O2 saturation was 52. After a thorough assessment, I saw that the cannula tubing had never been moved from the empty tank to the concentrator that had been turned on. In no way do I intend to insult or demean any RN ever. And I want to thank each and every one of them for their unwavering support today and always as we continue to fight this fight together. I am an LVN and I do possess the skills to perform a thorough assessment. As I continue to work in any setting, if I come across someone who desperately needs my help with any and all things respiratory, from the simplest task of implementing or titrating oxygen to providing suction or placing a CPAP or BiPAP mask, I beg of you, please don't put me in a position to choose between operating within my scope of practice or saving a life. As nurses, we place extreme value on ethics. This change is not ethical. It will certainly create an environment where we are forced to make unethical decisions. It was said earlier today that facilities have been able to meet the compliance with these new regulations. We didn't know we had a choice. It has placed a huge burden on all
30
health workers
seconds.
and facilities. Maybe we did meet compliance, but this cannot be maintained long term. This can't be the long-term solution. Thank you for your time.
All right,
Thank
next
you.
we have Janice Park. Janice Park, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hi, my name is Janice Park. I'm a director of nursing for a congregate living facility. And after the regulation passed, I had 2 patients that were under the parameter of the new law and had to make a difficult decision whether or not to discharge them to the hospital. And when I called the hospital CFOs, they were completely unaware of these laws. When I called DPH, Department of Public Health, they were completely unaware of these laws as well. And so nobody knew where to go, what to do. And as a congregate, there were just no answers to how to move forward. And I just wanted to mention that if these displaced, the hospital systems, including the county hospital system, won't know where to place them anymore, and they will be displaced. And so please consider that the answers to the shortage of patients going to SNFs and subacutes are congregates and skilled nursing facilities. And because there's just no place, there aren't enough rooms in subacutes. This was California's answer to placing patients in long-term care. We're forced to discharge these patients. They will literally have nowhere to go. They'll stay in the hospital system, and the hospital systems won't have anywhere to place them. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
All right, next we're going to try Caitlin. Caitlin, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Caitlin, I'll send you a second prompt to unmute. All right, Caitlin, if you still want to make your comment, go ahead and raise your hand. I'll go back to Randy Coombs. Randy, you should see a prompt to unmute. All right, Randy Coombs, we'll give you a second prompt to unmute. All right, we're going to go back to Caitlin because she did jump right back into the queue. And Caitlin, I'm going to open up the chat for you, and hold on just a moment. All right, Caitlin, the chat is now open. If you'd like to try typing your comment, we'll give you 3 minutes. And Caitlin, we do have the chat open for you if you'd like to type your comment. All right, so Caitlin has typed. let me get to the beginning of it. Licensed vocational nurses should be allowed to continue providing respiratory care, including tasks like oxygen administration and suctioning, which they are trained to perform in their nursing programs. Respiratory care is a vital part of patient management, and LVNs have the necessary skills and training to carry out these procedures effectively and safely. In contrast, LVN2 nurses who are authorized to hang blood are taking on tasks that come with significantly higher risks that can lead to severe or even fatal outcomes if not managed properly. While both tasks require skill and attention, hanging blood carries inherent dangers such as allergic reactions, transfusion-related complications, or infection, all of which can have immediate and catastrophic effects on a patient's health. Allowing LVNs to continue performing respiratory procedures they have been trained for ensures that all members of the healthcare team can work within their areas of expertise and contribute to patient care without unnecessarily restricting their scope of practice. Moreover, it would free up more specialized staff for other critical tasks, improving overall efficiency in patient care. Licensed vocational nurses should be allowed to continue providing respiratory care, including tasks like oxygen administration and suctioning, which they are trained to perform in their nursing programs. Respiratory care is a vital part of patient management, and LVNs have the necessary skills and training to carry out these procedures effectively and safely. Actually, she's typed the same thing twice. All right. And that is the end of 3 minutes. Thank you, Caitlin. And I see no more raised hands at this time.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a lunch break at this time. How long?
So there's a motion on the table. You can either take a lunch break and come back to that and go into discussion if you'd like, or just vote on the motion, or you can deal with the motion now, and then when we come back, I guess we'd go into agenda item 5. It's up to you, depending on how much discussion you anticipate and how quickly you want to get into the break.
I think we should do the motion.
Fair enough. So I'll just reiterate. The motion on the table is to schedule another board meeting very soon, where the board would consider proposed regulatory text to amend California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1399.365, so that it applies only to non-exempt settings. And when I say non-exempt versus exempt, the exempt settings are the ones referred to in Business Professions Code Section 3765, subdivisions I and J. So that's the motion. Yeah.
Any comments, questions from the members?
Just say I appreciated all the comments that have come through. And, you know, the motion that is hand is really to take the next step then at our next meeting, then to bring that to resolution.
Thank you, Ray. Yes.
And I just wanted to reiterate that this meeting is going to be very soon. We're not going to wait until our quarterly meeting. This is going to be one of those meetings that we plan as quickly as our calendar allows to move this thing forward.
Yes, the aim is to get if this motion passes, to get that meeting scheduled very, very quickly. There's a little bit of work that goes into that. For one thing, we'll have to have our reg attorney work on some text for the reg. Additionally, coordinate your availability to get a quorum of you available. So for the members of the public, stay tuned. If this motion passes and we're going to be scheduling a meeting, there will be a notice sent out that advises the date and time and all that. So yeah.
Yes. Any other questions, comments? Okay, we're ready for vote.
Mr. Magpapian,
Aye.
Dr. Meta,
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Aye.
Mr. Terry,
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez,
Aye.
and President Guzman.
Aye. Thank you, Katie. Motion passes.
I'm sorry, just one final statement. I think to try to put those of you that express comments at ease, while the board pursues this regulation and the follow-up regulations that are necessary, while we can't say we will never enforce regulations, what we can say is that before taking any action, we would certainly consider whether any exempt settings are involved. And especially if the practitioner is performing respiratory tasks that we hope to identify under the next agenda item when we return from lunch. We are mindful that changes in the law often take time to adjust, and that our enforcement would primarily be responsive, meaning that it takes enforcement action on a case-by-case basis based on the complaints received, and that when reviewing those complaints, our highest priority is complaints alleging gross negligence, gross incompetence, or inadequate training causing patient harm or death.
Thank you, Christine. So, Reza?
So the motion carried. We will, board members will hear from staff regarding scheduling the upcoming meeting. And again, to the public, a notice will go out similar to the notice that announced today's meeting. Check with me on the side. So with that, how long would you like to go for lunch?
30 minutes? 30 minutes?
It's one.
Until 2:30? Okay. We'll reconvene at 2:30.
Just one comment. We do have a closed session, right? And so is there a possibility to have lunch and closed session together?
I like that.
So do we want to go into closed session now?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with that?
Okay, so the board will go into closed session now. I presume it'll be done by 2:30, but if it's off chance it's not, do you want to come back to open session at 2:30?
Yes.
Okay, so either way, we'll be back in open session at 2:30.
Okay, we are back in open session. And we're moving on to item number 5. This is consideration and possible action to initiate a rulemaking for the proposed regulation to adopt California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1399.361, Home and Community-Based Respiratory Tasks and Services. Katie will present this item.
Thank you. So in relation to what we talked about with agenda item 4, agenda item 5 is the list of tasks that the LVNs would be able to perform in the exempt settings that we've been discussing. So we have presented this to you guys as conceptual language for the last 2 board meetings, and we've finalized it all, put it in into language, and we're presenting it in front of you guys today to hopefully start the official rulemaking process.
And this of course is one of the additional action items that will help us fully implement the exemptions as we discussed under item 4. And only one other thing I wanted to add, I know that Jenny McClellan, who was here earlier and had the pictures of her son, one of the things she pointed out, and I'm going to defer to the RCPs, is she mentioned that she saw CPAPs on the list, but not APAPs, BiPAP, or ASV machines.
Yeah, there are different types of CPAP machines now.
Okay, so if that is something you want to see added, if there's an agreement on that, we can go ahead and ensure that the motion.
It might be more clarifying to call it non-invasive ventilation.
Mm-hmm.
That's all inclusive of
Okay.
all of the new flavors that we have out there.
Okay.
You had just mentioned a list of flavors to
Okay,
non-invasive,
okay.
yeah.
Now, she went on to say helping a patient use a flutter valve breathing device.
Yeah, those are not non-invasive. Those are PEP devices.
Would they
Right.
need to be included, reflected on this list though, so that there's no question that they can be done in the home care, the exempt settings?
Well, I wouldn't, similar to CPAP, I wouldn't state any specific piece of equipment, but more the therapy
Okay,
that would
okay.
involve that. So that would fall under bronchial hygiene?
Bronchial hygiene.
Bronchial hygiene.
Hygiene.
Bronchial hygiene techniques. And that would also cover the wiggle thing the guy here wrote about, the non-invasive high frequency wall oscillation. That's a bronchial hygiene technique.
Okay.
So what section, what number? Do you think that would be best added under
Bronchial
the?
hygiene.
Where is that listed, Katie?
It's under agenda item 5.
The agenda item 5 and all the tasks are listed under subsection D. That's kind of where we get into it. And then it's broken out into 12.
So D starts on page 8.
So there's 14 different sections,
Got
and
it.
then we go into specifics under each section.
Oh, yeah. Ventilators, non-invasive ventilation, so that's already there.
It might be, if you want to go to page 12, this actually is a clean copy
Okay.
of
good.
the language. It might be
Okay.
easier to reference.
So you have set up non-invasive.
And the only other one that she brought up is, she says, I see Airvo/Optiflow direct tracheostomy interfaces on the list. She put high flow oxygen delivery can also be used at home with nasal cannula or face mask. Just making sure those are incorporated into what is here.
High flow nasal cannula is pretty,
They do use it at home, but it's not standard.
Mhm.
and the assessment of it is much more complex than just a regular nasal cannula. I don't know if I'm comfortable.
I will say the training requirements will be task specific also. So if their patient is,
Requires that type.
requires that, yes, they will have to do training for those.
For that specific device that's going to deliver it?
I don't know the device, but.
And
That's the problem.
and they're going to change.
And they do change, yes.
Will they need an MD order for high flow? So if the pulmonologist has, prescribed
Yes,
that.
everything is physician, yes.
Yeah, so then it's just a matter of teaching, making sure that they have exhibited knowledge in attaching, the device.
Right, that would be part of the training guidelines.
Well, I guess the question I would have is, say you order high flow at home and the person puts it on them, are they going to assess the patient for response? And that's been one of our issues with the LVN's respiratory assessments.
Correct. This would be in the home care setting though, so it's beyond basic.
Right.
Basically acknowledging that all of these things require an assessment.
So going back to the high frequency chest oscillator and the flutter valve, I don't see a category of bronchial hygiene.
Yeah, I did not see that either.
I see, I was thinking about even broader airway clearance, but I see a separate for suctioning, which is part of airway clearance, but bronchial hygiene, I think, would be one to add to the list.
So its own section.
Respiratory treatments there.
It's in there. Got it. There we go.
That's where bronchial hygiene would apply.
Yeah. So in 11, so the percussive vest is already in there. Yeah, it's already
Yeah,
there.
that's,
Okay.
that works, yeah.
I don't know if we just want to put something in there that says airway clearance devices, because that's the overarching to flutter and a PEP and a, right?
Okay.
Lung expand. Well, yeah, flutter does more than just lung expansion. It, yeah,
Airway clearance.
So
a lot of the, right. I'm just trying to figure out a catch-all to those.
Yeah.
So I think it's better to be inclusive with more language than less language.
Right, only just keeping in mind that once we move forward with these regulations and optimistically we have them promulgated, in order to make changes, we will need to go back through the entire rulemaking process. So we want to try to incorporate everything that we can think of
Yeah.
at this point. Understanding that there will be technological advances and there may be a point when we do have to open it back up, but for the time being.
Is there another mechanism for doing that than going through the legislature each time?
It's not through the
Something comes through?
legislature, but we do have to go through the Office of Administrative Law. So similar to the basic task regulation, we would have to, once the board approved the language, we would have to notice it, have a hearing or obtain public comments, and then either decide to accept those comments or not. And then there's a pretty tedious process.
Yeah.
And you ultimately end up back at the Office of Administrative Law to have that adopted.
Okay. I'm worrying about airway clearance rate because that would include IPV.
Yeah.
And I certainly wouldn't put IPV in this list of things.
It's on there.
It's on-
IPV is there?
Take a look. Yeah, it's on page number 15. Again, this is looking at the home care setting where patients have all these things, so they're sent home with these devices.
High flow though, so under number 8, oxygen setup and maintenance. I mean, they wouldn't be starting high flow on somebody that,
It says initial setup here.
well. It's regarding high flow, right? Right? Do we?
Yes. Yeah, if the board's in agreement.
If the therapy that is working for the patient is high flow. If the therapy is high flow and the patient is going to go home on that kind of a device, there's not much difference between that and a patient going home on a ventilator or something else like that with the
Correct.
So it's not that we're starting high flow at home. We're starting it somewhere else,
Right.
and then training is happening.
This one
and
is
then
saying
going.
it's starting.
No, I know.
Started at home,
I'm
yeah.
sort of
Yeah.
free thinking here.
Yeah.
Of how to include that, because that's a newer technology.
I think we would
Somebody
have to
help me
exempt high
out.
flow from that somehow.
Take it out of there, or
Initiating high flow at home.
I wouldn't have it as initiating high flow at home.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so where would that go then in here?
Well,
Initiating.
Or would it go in here?
It doesn't necessarily specify when it talks about ventilator initiation either.
I mean, I think just the 11A2 says initiation instruction
Right.
assistance setup. I think that's where
We're
the
getting hung
confusion
up.
is because
Yeah.
if you have a problem that it would have to be moved to a separate.
Yeah, I mean, I think the initiation, if I were to look at this whole sentence, remove initiation, because then I was thinking, well, does that mean you're setting it up, right? You've moved it, you're taking it apart, you're replacing equipment, and you're setting it back up. So I think initiation, we refer to always as the first start for this patient, which requires just a lot more critical assessment.
Yeah, very complex.
Right, right. So I would make the recommendation just to remove initiation.
I'd be happy with that.
So under 8A3?
Under 11A2,
Okay, okay. Instruction assist, okay,
Just remove the first word initiation.
okay.
And it would also be under 8A3, 8A3, yeah. Where it says initial setup.
Okay.
Just take it.
Okay, let me make sure I'm following. So 8, gosh, this is such a long section. Bear with me. Okay, so looking at subdivision D, 8, A1. It says initial setup, change out, or replacement of the oxygen circuit or tubing.
And that initial, it needs to go out as well. So when we're looking at an initial setup of anything, that really follows a higher level of assessment and critical assessment of those pieces. So anything that says initial, I think this board is stating that's a higher level function and that should be done by somebody who's had more training and background in these. So 8A1, on mine it says 3 on the cleaned up version. Removing initial, and of course making that number 1 and number 2 instead of number 3 and number 4.
Yes.
And then in 11A2, removing initiation and have that sentence start off with instruction.
The cleaned out. Yeah, it's about.
11A2, I'm looking at something that doesn't have an 11A2.
Yes, 11A2. So we would authorize tasks and services. We would just remove initiation. It would start with instruction, assistance, setup.
Correct.
Correct.
4A2 as well.
It's because of the clean copy.
Oh, not on the clean copy.
I'm on the clean copy. Yes. This is page.
Page 15.
The version I'm looking at is the version that's posted on the web.
Are you on page 15?
And at least the printed items we received, the numbering for the subcategories don't start at 1 or 2.
Yeah, I do see that now. It is different online.
It's the number, yes, something went wrong numbering.
So-
Yeah, on the printed.
On the printed,
Yes.
yes.
Sorry
So
about
we're
that.
looking at subdivision D 11. And the text of that one starts respiratory treatments, therapies, and device management tasks and services. And then the next subpart below that says authorized tasks and services include. And then the next subpart says initiation, instruction, assistance, setup, operation, ... of the following respiratory treatments and devices. So what's being proposed is to strike the word initiation from that. Thank you for that. So hopefully we're clear on what that suggestion is. I did want to make a different, just unrelated kind of point, just stepping back process-wise. So you're looking at proposed regulatory text and you're giving your feedback. And to the extent we can get this as far along as we can and have it be as close to perfect today, that's definitely what we should do. Recognizing though that once this text gets published, it will go out to the public who will have an opportunity to make comments and identify any issues they perceive. There'll be a 45-day comment period where members of the public can point out issues they see, and the board would come back after that period, take those comments into account, and determine whether there are further changes that need to be made to the package. From that point, if there are major changes, we would update the text, republish it, and allow for another 15-day comment period, or depending on the extent of the changes, that comment period could vary, but there'd be another opportunity. So it would go back and forth. All of this is to say that there is going to be some opportunity for the public as well as yourselves to take a second look at this. So again, to the extent we can like refine it here now, that would be good. But don't think that it necessarily needs to be that what you approve today is necessarily going to be the be all end all final version of it.
Is there any, I mean, should we mention this at all, like continuation of treatment? Because I mean, just as patients move from, you know, the hospital to a, say an LTAC and then home, does continuation of, they're using a certain device. Should that verbiage be in here, or do you think this covers it all? Right, instruction, assistance, setup, operation, connection, does that?
Yeah, once a patient gets home, oftentimes when they're in the continuum of care, a lot of training is taking place. Orders have already been set. Home care companies have been called, equipment has been set up, and particularly most often in the best case scenario, the equipment that they're going to be home with or they're already using and being trained in the hospital. Not always, but we're trying to make it as home-like as possible.
Should that be added at all, or is that sort of expected?
Yeah, I'll put that down. And Mike, I'm looking at Michael, my colleague. We're on the Professional Qualifications Committee, and I know some of this other stuff has come to that committee for another set of eyes and having time to really look at and provide feedback. Is that something we could do?
Yes.
So all to say, we're taking the notes so we can take those and consider those.
Okay.
One other, procedural thing. If the board gets this language to a point that it's comfortable approving this text, it can make a motion and approve this text today, remembering, of course, what I just said, that there'll be a process that'll play out with further public comment and opportunities for the board. If there are a lot of changes either presented by the public or board members, and you don't reach a point today that you're comfortable approving the outcome of this text, we talked about in the last agenda item that we would be scheduling another meeting fairly soon here. So if this text doesn't get to a point today where you're comfortable approving it, we could conceivably bring it back at that meeting. And in between now and then, we can, folks can submit their written input or reach out, and that feedback can be taken into account. So either way that you go, it's fine.
Are you looking for a motion to approve?
It depends if you're comfortable moving forward.
Yeah, so
Make a
so far
motion.
there's been a couple of specific issues noted, and the board could say, we're comfortable with this text as it is, or we're comfortable with this text with those changes that were made, and make a motion to approve it. Absolutely. Or you could go to public comment first if you want.
I just want to bring up one more concern. Item page 14, 5A, 8. Just having issues with the word configuring.
And again, I'll go back to one of my earlier statements. I think it might be a good strategy. Again, since we're going to have an emergency meeting for the Professional Qualifications Committee, to take a look at it. Certainly the feedback here today, but not to vote on it yet. And I'm looking at Christine and Reza. I know we've in past voted on, okay, well, we like the intention of the language with any updates from the Professional Qualifications Committee. But if we're going to have a meeting soon, maybe we just table it and not actually have a motion until the Professional Qualifications Committee has a chance to look at it.
So work for staff?
I at this point, I don't know that we anticipated that many changes. So based on that, I think that is a good idea, especially because these are very critical to the ultimate full exemptions for these particular settings. So I think that we want to be really straightforward with what we are okay being performed in those settings, in those exempt settings. So the fact that we are going to have another meeting very soon, I think we could get something worked out prior to that.
Okay.
So no proposal is suggested and no motion.
Or would we make a motion to review and come back with it for the next meeting. Putting it on the.
You need to say the PQC professional qualifications will work on it.
Do we need a motion for that, Reza?
Tabling it, right? Essentially, we're not taking action.
So we don't need a motion to kick this over to the next meeting. To take no action, we just simply take no action. And as far as the professional qualifications committee, I mean, you guys are a subcommittee. You can take this and look at it offline. You know, just save your communications with other board members for the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Reza. Thank you.
So you
Michael and Ray,
could-
for looking at that.
It sounds like there's an interest in pushing this one off to the next meeting.
Yes.
You could leave it there, or you could kind of continue this discussion now to board members had any further input on it. We will turn to public comment on it, so that'll be another, it'll be a valuable opportunity for us to take notes and take that into consideration between now and next meeting.
Some members are okay with moving it forward, right? Okay. Yeah, we'll now entertain public comments from anybody in the audience regarding this item. Please proceed. Hi. Can you turn it on?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. I'm Anna Maria. I'm a respiratory care practitioner. Like I said before, I've been doing this for about 17 years now. And I just wanted to clarify on we talked about the bronchial hygiene and the PEP therapy. So bronchial hygiene consists of hand percussion, mechanical percussion, and then chest vibration. So the PEP therapy, which is the aerobica and the flutter valve, I actually have them in my car. If I knew, I would have brought them with me to show them what. So they're a piece of plastic, and what happens, it has a little rod inside. When you blow into it, it vibrates, and that's what vibrates the lungs. And it's actually pretty simple. It's not a mechanical, it's just a plastic device that helps clear mucus. So that's part of bronchial hygiene. Another one is the incentive spirometry, coughing, deep breathing, diaphragmatic breathing. And so what I do is I train my LVNs. I teach them how to use the acapella or the flutter valve. And so we listen to breath sounds and then determining breath sounds, chest x-ray. If we see that they are congested, then that's when we do the bronchial hygiene, which consists of the PEP therapy device. And I actually have them in my car. If you guys want to see them later, I could show you how they work, but I would have brought them if I knew that we were going to be talking about
Four
that.
of us are respiratory therapists. So.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, you guys already know that. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We were just trying to find the broadest terminology for that grouping.
Anyone else? Yes.
I tuned in late, so I think you got my email that had a list, but then I thought of more things while I was sitting here. On D1A number 9, using a manual resuscitation device, a bag valve mask for a ventilated patient during an emergency, are we 100% certain that during basic life support, an LVN is allowed to access a tracheostomy, which is an advanced airway? Because the lines between BLS and ALS are weird, and I don't actually know who draws them. But my son, because he has this advanced airway, if you ignored his trach and tried to ambu bag him through his mouth, nothing would happen because his mouth doesn't connect to his lungs. So this is kind of a problem for this, but it might also be for the basic task restriction. Because if a trach patient can't get basic life support based on the definition of basic life support, that's a weird and complicated problem.
Is that something that you were trying to do?
I'm a mom.
Yes.
Like
But did no one train you on how to do that?
My son hates being ambu bagged because it hurts.
right.
So like he'll just like yell at us if he wants to, because the ventilator is delivering measured puffs of air that are specific to him. And when you're squeezing the bag, you're giving, there's good ambu baggers and bad ambu baggers. It's an advanced skill, right?
Yeah.
So just on that one, who decides what is ALS versus what is BLS? And I think we need to drag them in to answer that question as it relates to basic life support on a patient with a permanent artificial airway.
Okay, I am a BLS instructor
Okay,
and I teach advanced airway use with the bag to everyone who comes in.
okay, cool.
And that's part of our curriculum.
Okay, excellent. And, my next issue is ambulation. I remember there was a version of the list that restricted ambulation as a task. In home care settings, these kids learn to walk on a ventilator. Like they'll just put a ventilator on a skateboard and drag it around behind them. So because patients walk in home all the time, if ambulation is going to be a regulated thing, then that would need to be on this list. And I don't know what decision was made on putting it there or not.
So currently you don't see it anywhere on the list?
I don't see it on this list. And there was a point in the last couple of years, obviously, if people are getting up an ICU patient, that's a whole team effort to get them up and moving. That's not LVN scope of practice. But in home health and home and community-based settings, that's just all day, every day. Kids are always toddling around.
Yeah.
It's so cute to see them learn to walk on a ventilator. Like people post videos of it. I highly advise you to just see how adorable these kids are pushing their little ventilators around. Next one. Number 4A1, ventilator oxygen concentration management tasks and
30
services.
seconds.
A lot of the weird home ventilators don't cooperate if you try to plug oxygen into the vent itself and you have to jerry-rig it into the circuit. So does that need its own sentence? Like hospital vents behave themselves and you can plug the oxygen into the vent. Home vents are moodier and you have to just plug the oxygen into the circuit itself somewhere.
That was my concern about the thing that says initiating.
Okay,
That should be tried out in the hospital or with an expert before it gets to the home.
yes, like we know where to put the oxygen bleed
Right.
in, but he doesn't have the bleed in all the time. We have to rebuild the circuit if he gets sick and needs oxygen.
3
According
minutes
to
are up.
we've already been shown how to
Yeah.
rearrange the circuit.
Then what you're talking about is that if caregivers haven't been shown how to do it, that would be the initiation. But
Okay, but it's not, it's just a weird part of building the circuit.
Yeah, they should have been instructed how to do that.
And 9A1, inflating and deflating the tracheostomy cuff. If you're doing it the right way, you need a stethoscope to do that. Because a lot of kids get sent home with the measurements of, oh, just put 2 milliliters in every time. And that's bad for them. It's bad for their tracheas. It's bad for the tissue. The last leak method is the better method, but that requires a stethoscope.
So again, in that piece, that would be in the training piece, so. But
Okay.
I'm taking all the notes on
Okay,
this,
cool, cool,
you're
cool.
back.
This is what I like. I like the weeds. And let's see, can we get separate terminology for pediatric versus adult trachs? Because kids have the one-piece trach. So when we're referring to inner and outer cannula, the kids have the one-piece plastic trach where the whole thing comes out and then the whole thing goes back in.
We can look at it, but I would consider that the outer cannula if it's just one piece.
And again, I've taken notes, yeah, but that's getting, close, but appreciate all the feedback. We're taking the notes.
And then on 12A and B, is endotracheal suctioning referring to suctioning of the trachea with no tube in place versus suctioning inside the trach tube?
Endotracheal inside.
Okay, so if a nurse is doing deep suction to the bottom of the trach tube, is that endotracheal suctioning or is that tracheal suctioning?
You mean through the trach?
Yeah, through the trach to just get the stuff that is in the trach tube all the way into the trachea. I think we might have a problem with the definition of endotracheal versus suctioning via tracheostomy.
So first one is without an artificial airway,
Yeah, like-
nasotracheal suctioning, deep suction, that's without an artificial airway.
Yeah, I don't think LVNs should just be free roaming in people's tracheas, suctioning human tissue.
Free roam.
But within the context of suctioning to clear a trach, if they're going in through the tube, is that sometimes considered endotracheal, some suctioning under the way that it's been defined other places.
Yes,
That's a weird one, right?
yes.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it. Yeah.
Got it, yeah.
And then, oh, let's see, she's gonna handle that one. Respiratory care has a lot of weird things that get invented all the time. There has to be a process for bringing these kids. So for example, the cough assist machine is being phased out and they're planning on inventing this cool new thing. We're gonna need to go back in and change it as soon as Hillrom gets around to releasing an FDA clearing.
And that's why we're looking at broad groupings. So that was one of the conversations we were having. So we've already noted that because we
Okay.
know technology changes constantly.
Excellent.
Therapies changed constantly.
And I just want to make sure we're all aware
Oh, yeah.
that if something gets left off the list, the person that needs that care task will just have to live in a hospital. And we're trying to avoid that.
Right.
Awesome.
And again, to that point, that's why we had the discussion to not prove this right away, go back again. So we thank you.
Yeah, there's going to be more weird things.
Yes.
I appreciate everyone.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Hi, thank
Hi.
you again. I'm looking at 6B where, so to not authorized to include making clinical decisions regarding the type, size, or style of tracheostomy tube. Just, in our experience in home care, we, as a family and with our LVNs, make those kind of decisions all the time based on her comfort, what is working, what's not working, whether she wants her flex stent trach in or the trach that doesn't have the flex stent, whether she is feeling uncomfortable or with the cuff on or not on. And those are things that her nurses and we discuss all the time in the home. We obviously have, an ENT who's prescribed different ones, but the actual decision of whether that's making sense clinically in the moment is something that we are constantly talking about with the nurses. We change trach sizes out based off of how her stoma feels, or if she needs a little extra oxygen, maybe she is cuffed that day. If she doesn't, it's summer, she's running around, she doesn't have the cuff in. So those are kind of decisions that patients and their caregivers are making based off of their comfort.
And I'm looking at our physician on board here.
It really is, as long as her pulmonologist, has given the LVN instructions to try X, Y, Z and see what works. I think she would be working under instruction and not with autonomy. So I feel like if the order is coming from the pulmonologist saying, try this or this, and whatever works for patient comfort, which is obviously the most important, that would be fine. They would be working under, those recommendations.
Yeah, I just think that it should be very clear that it is a clinical decision that they are making in that moment with their patient.
Yeah, but I feel like that's not an autonomous clinical decision. They are still working under orders.
Yes.
It's not like she brought a, trach from home saying, hey, let's try this. So, yeah.
Yes.
I
But just for that. And then similarly for 9B, the clinical assessment of whether a speaking valve or tracheostomy cap is appropriate for use. That is similarly a clinical discussion that is being made pretty much constantly.
But that's not on a day-to-day basis. Again, the speaking valve has been prescribed by the physician. So the day-to-day, what worked one day or not, and you're using what was already prescribed, I think that's fine. But you cannot go purchase one or buy one off of eBay and say, I'm going to try this. Like that would be a no-no, and that's what this is trying to avoid.
Yes, I'm just saying that there are going to be LVMs who are making that decision based off of there are a lot more secretions today and there are a lot more things. And so I just would worry that would.
What I'm hoping would have happened is on your previous visit to the doc, you would have discussed, hey, if there are more secretions, what do we do and what do we not do? And then based on those recommendations, the LVN can take a call. But on no means should they be taking independent decisions on, deciding that today is the day to, put the Pasamure on. No, I didn't do that.
So I think, just to clarify, the range of decisions that can be made has been established by the physician.
Correct.
And then,
Yes, I guess for
Right.
just, from the home care perspective, there are so many of those decisions that we are making at any given time. And so I think just to not limit and to be able to allow patients to have that autonomy and that ability to work with their direct caregiver to make those decisions daily, obviously under like the scope and practice of their doctors.
And that's the piece right there. So that's really assumed in all of this. It's always under the orders of that attending physician for that patient.
Okay, thanks.
And I would comment, that's the same for our RCP.
Yeah.
RCP isn't going to autonomously make that decision. They're going to consult the physician.
Right. I guess that's why it's a little confusing to like specifically call that out. That I can't, because everything has to be done under that. So those to specifically say, like, you can't make a decision about a speaking valve when everything has to be done under that. I think it muddies the water a little bit.
thank you for your comments.
Wordsmithing.
Anyone else in the audience? Moderator, anyone on the WebEx?
All right. If any people logged into WebEx would like to comment on agenda item 5, you may raise your hand. People that are logged into the meeting can press the hand icon next to their name. And if you've called in, press *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, so we've agreed to table it and review it and move it to the next emergency meeting we're having, correct?
One more thing for Michael and Ray to work on.
Yes. We got to keep them busy.
We're on a roll.
You're never going to get any more volunteers for the Professional Qualifications Committee.
I don't know if Michael's going to stay on this committee because I'm the one who volunteers some of these things.
A question, Abby?
Do you, Ray and Michael, do you want us to continue to look at it and send you suggestions?
Yeah,
Or should we?
yes.
Okay.
And I would say send that to the executive office,
Yes.
Christine. She's the point person, and she'll bring it back to our meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and move on to item 6, 2025 legislation of interest.
Can I pause this?
Yes.
Did you have a comment? Do you want to comment on 5?
Yeah.
You got 3
Perfect.
minutes.
But you were just asking specifically to the trach items that they were speaking on. I just want to make sure that when you guys speak on home-based settings and home health agencies, that cliffs are being considered under that, and not just 6-bed cliffs, but also the 12, 15, 18-bed cliffs. And I also think that there should be outlined whether, right now it's speaking to 6 beds. So does that mean that you guys are thinking all 6 beds are trach and vent patients? Or if we have, for example, if we have an 18-bed cliff and 8 are trach and vent, are we still exempt in that scenario? Because only 6 of ours are trach and vent, and technically in the language it says 6-bed cliffs are allowed. So I just think there just needs to be a little clarification, and if it doesn't need to be broken down, it can just say 18 beds. And I think that would kind of include everyone and it would just be helpful. But I understand if you guys want to stick to 6, it should definitely specify that all 6, for example, in our setting, we have an 18 bed, 6 would be trach and vent, and we would be excluded in that scenario. That was it. Okay, thank you.
Comment? All right, thank you, everybody. Let's move on to Item 6, 2025 legislation of interest. And I'm going to have Christine provide us with an update.
I'm going to go real quick here. So the legislative session just ended for 2025. And I just wanted to highlight 3 particular bills. I know that this year I believe, only had watch positions. There was nothing that we had taken an oppose or support position on. So I wanted to point out that we had discussed AB 742, which would have required state licensure boards to prioritize licensure applicants who are descendants of slaves. It shifted certification to the Bureau of Descendants of American Slavery. That bill was ultimately vetoed by the governor. And in his governor's message, he shared that he appreciates the author's intent to increase diversity within the professional licensed population and improve licensure opportunities for historically underrepresented communities. However, as the number of applicants who qualify for expedited licensure increases, the benefits of mandated prioritization may start to diminish, creating negative impacts on other applicants. And I definitely think that hit upon some of the concerns that we have, because I think we already have 3/4 of a page at the start of the application that, ask, do you meet these certain criteria? So, next up is SB 389, which was mentioned a few times today. It was signed by the governor and adds the exemption to the Practice Act to clarify that an LVN may perform suctioning and other basic respiratory tasks under the supervision of a credentialed school nurse. And then the only other bill that I wanted to point out is we are continuing to actively watch HR 783, the federal legislation to establish the Sustainable Cardiopulmonary Rehab Services in the Home Act. And since it has been introduced early on in the year, January, there has been no action, but we will continue to monitor that. And we, of course, have support on the record for that particular piece of federal legislation. And that concludes item 6.
Thank you, Christine. I think you're also doing number 7, discussion and possible action on the 2025-2030 updated succession plan.
Before moving on from item 6, if we could check in on the public comment. on item 6.
I apologize, yes. Any comments on item 6 from the public? Moderator?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 6, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, Christine, now you can.
Okay. Before you have the draft 2025 to 2030 workforce succession plan, which lays out a proactive long-term approach to maintaining leadership continuity and organizational stability. It introduces the RCB Pathways program, which is a structured, inclusive framework designed to grow talent from within, strengthen staff competencies, and prepare employees for future leadership roles. You may recall that the board approved a similar plan a few years ago, and this is just an updated version of that. The Respiratory Care Board is a great place to work, and and people stay around for a very long time, which is excellent because there is a lot of institutional knowledge. However, as some of us are hitting a little bit of the elder age, we definitely want to take into consideration the upcoming retirements, and could be talking, 5-10 years out, but just ensuring that we are sharing that information along with staff and ensuring that there's cross-training and opportunities for other staff to take on responsibilities so that they can hopefully lead the board moving forward. And so we were hoping for the board's approval of the draft plan.
Members, do you have any questions or suggested edits?
I'd just like to compliment you on the plan.
Thank you.
I read
Thank
through
you.
it. It's really nice. Very good.
Thank you.
Agreed. Okay. Would anyone, motion first? Any public comment?
Do we, okay.
Okay, we need a motion to approve the 2025-2030 succession plan as submitted.
So moved.
I'll
Second,
second.
Katie, the roll call vote.
Mr. Magpapian?
Public comment.
My apologies.
Yeah, yeah, bubblegum.
I got ahead of myself. Any public comments on this item? Moderator?
All right, if any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 7, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Now, Katie.
Mr. Magpapian?
Aye.
Dr. Meta?
Yes.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Terry?
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez?
Aye.
President Guzman?
Aye. Thank you, Katie. Motion passes. And once again, thank you, Christine and staff, for an excellent report. I will now turn it over to Ray. Ray's going to present item 8. Ray and Michael are in the Professional Qualifications Committee, and they're going to give us an update.
Great. Thank you, President Guzman. So again, historically, our strategic plan from the last cycle to this cycle has had us look at originally incorporating a bachelor's degree into the Licensure Practice Act. And then the new strategic plan really made it broader, just to look at educational requirements and revise as necessary. We started that work over 3 years ago with board study sessions, a series of different information gathering pieces, hearing from the public many times. And at this juncture, at our last meeting, a board motion came to make educational requirements for entry into practice increase to a bachelor's degree minimum. That happened at the last meeting, and the board unanimously motioned in favor. And so the next step was, what other things did we need to do from there? And so what you see before you, board members, we were then tasked to really look at a plan and timeline. And you'll see in the board report, you'll see a recommendation that came out of some focus groups to identify a reasonable comprehensive plan and timeline. So we set out to do that from the last meeting. And what we ended up doing is the Professional Qualifications Committee looked around the state and gained representation from employers, educators, and professional organizations to help devise this draft timeline and plan. And so you'll see before you in the colored boxes, we ended up looking at 3 different bucket areas that we felt would need to be included in the time plan. And really that helped us kind of work backwards from implementation, then all the things that were necessary. And again, because this state is looking at it and other states are looking at it as well, I think New York is slightly ahead of California with actually moving legislation forward. We wanted to be very intentional and make sure that the plan was reasonable in timeline and that it would not impede the training and licensure of professionals to meet the needs of the state of California for healthcare practice. And so that's very intentional in terms of the timeline. Now, before we go over some of the components of this timeline, just want to reiterate that the national and state professional organizations have put out vision statements that they'd certainly like to see something like this happen by the year 2030. And as you can see, our timeline doesn't meet that. It looks at 2023 because planning does need to take place. And so the first bucket were legislative actions. And actually, Christy, I'm going to just turn it over to you just to highlight any points in what that process is and how we came to the approval piece.
Absolutely. I think that the board's decision to pursue the higher education came at a very opportune time, since we are up for sunset review in the coming year, and we were already starting to discuss new items that we wanted the legislature to consider. And so kind of jumping ahead to item 9 in the sunset report, there is a particular section that addresses the board's request to have the legislation, have its minimum education statute modified so that we would move forward with making the bachelor's degree the minimum education. As Ray indicated, kind of looking strategically planning here, looking along the lines of January of 2033. So what would happen is we submit our report to the legislature that details this information. Then we would have to go for hearings before the Joint Legislative Sunset Review Committee. And I do suspect that there will be a lot of questions. It was briefly mentioned as part of our last sunset review, and there were questions and some concerns that were raised by members of the committee at that time. And I think that the Professional Qualifications Committee has done a fantastic job since then addressing those items that were identified. And so we would expect, of course, this is quite a significant ask. And so I do suspect that there will be some follow-up and information that the legislature will ask us for. We will present that information both in testimony at the hearing as well as in response to any written background paper that we receive. Provided, we're going to look at it optimistically, that there is agreement that language would go into a sunset bill, have to work its way through the legislative process, which includes policy committees, would have to be approved by both the Assembly and the Senate, ultimately make its way to the governor's office. And of course, if signed, it would become effective beginning the following January the 1st, so January 1 of 2027, based on a recommended implementation of 2033. So throughout the sunset review process and the upcoming year, expect that there will be a lot of discussion and ongoing action as it relates to this particular topic.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate that. And so you can see, at least in that first bucket of what would need to happen first, you can see that's in a year's, we're in October already. So a little over a year's time frame. That's pretty quick. And again, as Christine mentioned, the opportunity synergistically to move this forward was the sunset review. And so we have reiterated at each board meeting the work that has been done to this point, because often we hear and we understand that the community is busy. We'll often hear, well, I didn't hear anything about this, and all of a sudden this has happened. Mm-hmm. So 2 things I just want to relay to the audience is, one, we've been working on this for many, many years, and it's been part of the strategic plan. And then 2, on the website, we have one web page that's devoted to all the work that's been done in terms of this strategic goal. And that's the Professional Qualifications Committee webpage, where we have linked all of the board meetings in which this has been discussed. And we've linked all of the surveys and data and information that has been gathered. So I'd encourage you to start there if you don't feel like you've gotten all of that information. And then the third piece, I'd say, the Sunset Review has done an excellent job at summarizing the most salient points into the recommendation. So there are quite a few areas in which people can go and get informed for that piece. Okay. So thank you, Christine. Certainly once that occurs, then the next, and this is really where we've talked at length in the subcommittee about what is it going to take to revise the current academic educational training programs and ensure that all training programs have the opportunity to meet the educational requirements and training, and that there's no stopgap in the graduates of those training programs. And so you'll see that the educators, when we got feedback from them, some of them are ready to go now, and they're already having discussions. Some of the institutions, they really can't press the start button until they know this is actually going to happen. So we then started the academic changes to when the legislation actually has been approved. So starting in 2027, you can see we have 5 years for that to happen. And we had a lot of discussion, and here's what we know in this realm. Most of the academic programs are in public institutions, and the legislature, almost 10 years ago now, I think it's been about 7 years, they approved language to allow for bachelor's degrees to be offered at community colleges. And already we are at 50% of the community colleges that have already instituted a degree attainment bachelor's degree program. So they're one step ahead of the game in terms of making those revisions, and so the others have an opportunity. From a private college perspective, we did invite a representation from proprietary schools, and we had discussion there. And for them, they're able to go through the process of getting regional accreditation permission so that they can develop those programs. So from that standpoint, we know that everybody has that opportunity to move forward. In that, we've looked at the pieces where there's going to be some development, and those are curricular changes. I think from a curricular change perspective, it's a longer process at public systems as opposed to private systems, so we incorporated that piece there. Personnel, the requirement would be that people who are teaching the programs have to have a degree higher than they're teaching. So that means ensuring that everybody has the opportunity to either increase their level of education if they're already faculty in the program, or make sure they have the personnel to meet that endeavor. And then there was a lengthy discussion about the accreditation process. And so I think that's where the Respiratory Care Board can work with the accrediting body, COARC, to ensure that there's a streamlined process. And if in fact, everybody's going at the same pace here in California, we're hoping that we can work collaboratively with COARC. So it's a very streamlined process and we can get everybody in on a cycle. So we're hoping that that's really going to help speed up the process. And then there's going to be a transition from, at some point, from graduating the final class in an associate degree program and launching the first cohort of a bachelor's degree program. So you can see that we've got stop dates and start dates for each of those pieces, with the intention that the first BSRC, Bachelor's of Science in Respiratory Care, graduating class would happen no later or starting December 2032. Okay. And then the final piece is the licensure process, and we've had lengthy discussions with that. That's not a hard process. It's really more of a communication process. And so then with that, we think that this timeline would certainly help everybody so that we ensure that we're not impacting the workforce and that we can have qualified applicants beginning at that point. There were some other comments made about, well, if California is one of the only states that's requiring a bachelor's degree for licensure, this board has already gone through a change from a certification for entry to practice and licensure to an associate degree process for licensure. And so we already have done this. And so the executive office is prepared to help this board ensure that that's not going to impede much, or if at all.
Yes.
The last piece you'll note on almost every page here, question always comes up about, well, if I'm already a practicing therapist, what does that mean about what I have to do? So with the grandfather clause, anybody who maintains their licensure is not subject to any new requirements as long as they continually maintain that licensure. Right. And so again, this is brought before us really for a discussion. It's not something we have to approve. It's going to be a guiding document for the community as the first part gets going.
I did want to share that since we've begun the planning efforts, one of the programs that actually organizations that was part of this group that the Professional Qualifications Committee gathered, American Career College, surprisingly, we received letters from 2 of their campuses indicating that they were in opposition to increasing the minimum education to the bachelor's degree. So while that's the only opposition, formal opposition, I think that we've received and that I've shared with both Ray and Michael, I do suspect that in the future we will receive more and obviously take those items into consideration as we move forward, and also have an expectation that when and if it becomes part of legislation that, you know, there may be arguments made in opposition, and that I think you guys have done the work to be prepared to respond to any of that opposition.
And thank you for sharing that. And of note, when we received the letters, I took a look back at, in particularly, all of the programs across the state. And of note, what was interesting to find was American Career College is the only college that offers an associate of occupational studies degree. And in our data gathering, one of the things that we found is employers, and for practice, 2 elements above the skills piece is critical thinking and communication. And one of the things that happened with an award of an associate of occupational studies is it reduces the general ed, and in particularly those areas of communication and critical thinking. So again, looking at what the intention is to meet the demands of the current complex delivery of respiratory care, especially with the highest acuity patients. These are the things that we're bringing up and we've documented. So that was just interesting of note. And those are they have 3 campuses with training programs, and those are the only 3 associate degree granting COARC approved programs in the state that has that type of degree. Michael, before we open it up for any comments and discussion, do you have anything to add to this process?
One of the curricular needs that hasn't been identified in this document yet is the changes that we think we may want to propose to the requirements for clinical education. And I spent some time with some good clinical educators in my area that do it right. And we went through some of their process. And I think that it would be good for the PQC to, our committee, to go ahead and explore that more and come up with some solid recommendations. I'm also planning to meet with leaders at the AARC to discuss some of the issues we have with COARC and NBRC.
Any other comments or questions from the members? No, maybe. Do we have any public comment on this item? Moderator?
Thank you. If we have any member of the public that would like to comment on agenda item 8, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions. And I do see a raised hand from Crystal Craddock. Crystal, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank the board and the committee for all of the work you have done to prepare for the bachelor's degree minimum and for the sunset review. I believe I am part of the CSRC, past president, chair of the Professional Advancement Committee. I also work at UC Davis Health. I am also on 2 task forces with the AARC regarding bachelor's degree minimum. One of the task forces is legislative efforts. The second one is education barriers. And we have been tasked by President Evans to really look at bachelor's degree minimum throughout the nation to help support programs and states in getting to bachelor's degree minimum. And so we've worked a lot in looking at HRSA, forgiveness loans, and also preparing for faculty who may not be prepared yet to teach at a bachelor's degree minimum and offering resources in that aspect. So surveys will be coming out soon from that group. But we've been doing a lot of work, and that's why I believe this is the perfect time for this to happen. The AARC is supporting it. The CSRC, of course, has our position statement on bachelor's degree minimum. And so I really thank the board into looking at all of this and supporting this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
All right, and next we have a comment from Michael Sheehan. Michael, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Thank you, everybody, for giving me the opportunity. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I just wanted to add to what Ray and Michael said. Ray had mentioned that the AARC and the CSRC are in support. While COARC does not, while they remain neutral, they have made it clear and stated that a higher level education leads to higher levels of competence and safer patient care. They've also stated that modern healthcare requires advanced critical thinking and decision-making skills that bachelor's degree programs provide. And that they've stated that a bachelor's degree provides an educational background that is necessary for respiratory therapists to advance in leadership, management, research, and other clinical specialty roles that are necessary to healthcare. And I'd also like to just take a quick moment to point out that there are currently 12 bachelor's degrees in respiratory care in the state of California, 10 of which are currently up and running. The other 2 have been approved. So I'm in support of this, obviously. I just, for disclosure's sake, I'm the program director for the respiratory program at Crafton Hills College, both the associate and bachelor's programs. I do work with the California Society for Respiratory Care on the Professional Advancement Committee and the Ethics Committee. But I am obviously in favor of this, and we do have, I think, the infrastructure in place to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
And this is the moderator. I see no more requests for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you again to Ray and Michael for your continued work on this. We appreciate it. And we expect to hear more from you in the future. We're now moving to item number 9. This is 2025, 2026 Sunset Report Review. And members, before you is the complete draft of the Respiratory Care Board's 2025, 2026 Sunset Report. Ray and I have completed our review, and the draft reflects our feedback and revisions. At this time, I would like to, I will open the floor for member comments, feedback, and any proposed edits. I think we just look at a motion when we get ready to approve it.
I just wanted to point out that while this is a final draft, there are definitely, and it was noted, even some of the areas that were identified in red, there are a few updates that need to be made. Today's meeting attendance, for example, I couldn't put that out yet. The passage of SB 389, at the time that we prepared this, we didn't have confirmation that the governor had signed that bill yet. Of course, just the board's approval of the workforce and succession plan here earlier today. And then one of the other areas that there are prior issues that were identified by the Sunset Committee. In our particular case, it had to do with the LVN issue. We have to provide a 2025 update. And you probably saw that we outlined the work that's been done since the last Sunset Review. However, in light of the developments today, I think we're going to need to add a little additional language there to let the legislature know exactly where things stand and what our plan is at this point. So as much as I would love for you all to just say, yes, it's great, it's approved, I would actually like to if at all possible, have the board allow the executive committee, make a motion to allow the executive committee to render final approval with those particular additions. And of course, any other edits that anyone has after you've done your review.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Enough. Lisa?
My understanding of. So the motion is to approve the draft sunset report, subject to additional language being added to address the issues that were discussed today with respect to the regulation we talked about earlier, and for the executive committee to approve those changes. Is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. So apart from that, if any board members have any other changes to what was presented in the materials, those would have to come out now.
I've already had a chance to look at it, so no, from my perspective, no.
Good. Any public comments on this item? Moderator?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 9, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment.
Discuss.
All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Katie, would you take a roll call?
Mr. Magpapian,
Aye.
Dr. Meta,
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Aye.
Mr. Terry,
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez,
Aye.
and President Guzman.
Aye. Thank you, Katie. Motion passes. And thanks again, Christine, staff, for an excellent report.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 10, election of officers for 2026. We will start with Vice President, and I would like to nominate Ray Hernandez to continue as Vice President. You accept the nomination?
Yes.
Are there any more nominations for Vice President? Seeing none, any public comments at this time? Moderator?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 10, please raise your hand by pressing on the hand icon next to your name, or pressing *3 if you've called in. We'll give you a moment.
While we wait, I just want to clarify, are we going to public comment on the nomination for Vice President?
Correct.
Okay, and then we'll do separately for President. Okay.
Correct.
All right, this is a moderator. I see no requests for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Katie, would you please take a roll call vote? And will each member, we'll just go with the roll call vote.
Real quick, again, sorry for the interruption. So I construed our board president's comment to be the motion to nominate Ray, right?
Correct.
Did somebody second that?
Oh, I'll second that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We'll give it to Abby.
Go with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Magpapian,
Aye.
Dr. Meta,
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Aye.
Mr. Terry,
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez,
Aye.
and President Guzman.
Aye. Thank you, Katie. We'll now move on to President. Can we hear a nomination for President?
I would like to nominate Roberta Guzman as President of the Respiratory Care Board for 2026.
I'll second it.
I accept. Let's see, any public comments on this item? Moderator?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or pressing *3 if you've called in. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. So Ressa, you want us to take another motion for that?
I thought we had a motion in a
Oh,
second.
you're right.
Yeah, so we can vote.
All right, Katie.
Mr. Magpapian,
Aye.
Dr. Meta. Aye. Ms. Rosenberg,
Aye.
Mr. Terry,
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez,
Aye.
President Guzman.
Thank you, everybody. We can now move on to item 11.
Do that. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Congratulations to you as well. Looking forward to working together. Item 11, 2026 board meeting dates and logistics. We have an attachment for this agenda item is a calendar for 2026 with suggested dates that are circled in red. This year's proposed meeting schedule differs slightly from our usual pattern. We need to be prepared to respond to the background paper that will be issued by the Sunset Committee following submission of our report and the CSRC conference, which we could traditionally align our spring meeting with them. And that has been scheduled for the end of April rather than March. Given these factors, we have the following options. Option 1, we hold a meeting in March solely to review and approve the board's responses to the background paper and any other emergent issues, and then hold a full meeting in April in conjunction with the CSRC conference. Option 2 is to hold a full meeting in March, as has been our practice, and explore participating in the CSRC conference in another capacity, such as hosting an exhibit where staff can be available to answer questions. The proposed March dates were selected based on the typical timing of the Sunsets Committee's hearings. The board will receive the background paper prior to a scheduled hearing and must submit its written response within 30 days following the hearing. So we would like to see what options the members have. What options the members prefer.
Well, I know this board has always been appreciative to time a board meeting, an active board meeting during the CSRC conference because we get a lot of practitioners to attend, and it's a great way to connect and get feedback. So I would go with 2 meetings, one in March and one in April.
The question for Christine is, if we did what Ray is suggesting, that March meeting would be in person? If we were to do?
Oh, I'm sorry. We could do, well, we have various options. We could either do it entirely virtually, but we'd have to notice and open up the locations for where each of you are participating from. We could also do majority members in one location, which means you Bay Area people. I mean, we can even come to you if it really came to that. You guys, it's our turn, I guess.
You want to do it at my house? At my house?
Yeah. And then the other members could participate virtually, especially because it's only going to be, one, we know one item and then anything else, like, as I mentioned, that's maybe emergent. But despite that, we could just plan to take care of approval. You will have the draft of the responses to the Sunset Committee's background paper. And it really is just a matter of approving that or giving suggested edits and so forth. So that'd be that should just be a quick meeting.
So is everyone else in agreement about doing a meeting at the conference?
I am in agreement. Last time I had a lot of fun at that one. There was a lot of feedback, a lot of people there for our meeting, a lot of great discussions that we had on some of these issues that we had here. So long as if the March meeting can also have a virtual option, that would be my vote.
Yes, that's what we would aim for.
So then let's do the CSRC because those are dates are set. So we're looking at the 30th?
I believe so. I believe they usually
The last day, Michael?
have it on the last day.
I'm not on the program.
Oh, you're not, okay.
I'm sorry.
I believe that is the
phased
last
me off.
day. So that's a Thursday, April 30th.
So also keep in mind, just as when we select the March date, Ray and Ricardo we will likely need you to attend the sunset hearing itself, which those are the dates that are in blue. These are historically, it's either usually Mondays or Tuesdays that the committee meets. And so was kind of trying to identify those, but I will also likely need you both there in person at the Capitol with us that day.
So would you prefer maybe not right after those dates, or does it matter?
It's 30 days after the hearing. I really don't think they'll happen in February. I think if we go with the 27th, if Fridays are best for everyone,
Yes.
we could do that. Again, it would just be virtual, but if that's the
Okay.
preferred date, yeah.
So March 27th is okay for everybody?
Okay.
And April 30th. That's usually at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock
You wanted the conference?
with the CSRC conference. Oh, we do usually schedule, we start it in the afternoon, I believe.
Right.
I believe.
Yeah, it's usually at 1, I thought.
Yes,
Yeah,
after they
1
finish.
o'clock, maybe 1 o'clock.
For the
Yes.
official end of the.
Yes,
their
we
program.
will reach out to our contact there and find out. And I'm sorry, I know that Crystal mentioned she's the former president. Who is the CSRC president now?
Jake is his name.
Yeah, Jake,
Okay,
Jake Miller.
Jake, Red-
last day at 1. Okay, okay.
I forget his name.
So that we will tentatively, the 30th, starting at 1 PM. And as we get closer to the March, the virtual meeting, we can send out a survey to see what times work best for you all, what time of the day,
Okay,
coordinate that.
okay. Let's then move on to our June meeting. Looks like you targeted the first 2 weeks in June. And that's a tentative meeting, correct?
Correct.
In June, I can only,
Last 2 weeks in June.
The last 2 weeks?
Uh-huh.
I
Correct.
can only do the 22nd or 23rd. I have a packed schedule.
Say that again.
I can only do the 22nd or 23rd, the Monday or Tuesday. I just pulled up my schedule and I'm putting full responsibility.
And I can only do the 22nd with those options, not the 23rd.
Is everybody else okay with 22nd?
Second?
That's fine with me.
And again, that's tentative, right?
Yes. And here's where it gets a little trickier because depending if we have the June meeting or not, without a June meeting, I think we should do September. If we have a June meeting, I think October.
Oh, yeah.
So we might want to just select the dates depending on which of those meetings we have to have.
Oh, for both, you're just saying?
Yes, but we will only end up having one or the other.
Yeah. So can we go ahead and look at Fridays for those 2 options? Any preferences for September
25th.
25th? Everybody okay with 25th? And then maybe then October 23rd? Is that good for everybody? '25th and October 23rd. We're good? Okay, any public comments on this item? Moderator?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 11, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name or pressing *3 if you've called in. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. We're then moving on to item 12, public comment on items not on the agenda. Please note that the board is unable to take action on any items that are not listed on the agenda. The only action the board may take is to decide whether to place an item on a future agenda. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment on anything that is not on the agenda? Moderator?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand by pressing this hand icon next to your name or *3 if you've called in. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Then we're moving on to item 13, future agenda items. Members, other than those items already mentioned, does anyone have any specific items that you would like to see on our next agenda?
Not on the next agenda, but just the process and by which we're going to schedule the emergency meeting.
I'm sorry. We will send out a survey to see, as soon as we have prepared what we need to prepare administratively, we will reach out and determine what days and times will work best. And that's going to be a top priority. We will be on that first thing Monday morning, if not over the weekend.
Thanks.
Not you, Reza, don't worry.
Any others? Any public comments on this item? Moderator?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on future agenda items, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name or *3 if you've called in. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Mr. Board President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. And that's our meeting. I just want to thank the moderators for being here and supporting us. Great job. Thank you, staff, Christine, and board members. And we'll see you again in March. Well, earlier than that, sure.
See us much sooner than that.
Soon. This meeting is adjourned.